right. Thank you. You're welcome. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today on Right Side Broadcasting. We are in sunny Central Florida, where President Trump is scheduled to give remarks at a Make America Great Again rally at the Sanford Airport. I'm joined by my host, Grace Saldana.
Saldana, yes.
And Father Frank.
Good to be with you.
And we are excited to be here. As many of you know, this is President Trump's first public appearance since being diagnosed with COVID-19 approximately about 12 days ago. President Trump is back on the campaign trail, and we're expecting a huge turnout. There's going to be a lot of people here. It is a hot day. Everybody's fired up. They're excited because we are 3 weeks away from the most important election we're ever going to vote in. We are outside, and if you can just look and see how big the line is here, we've got several hours. I think we've got at least about 2 hours until they open up the doors officially, but there are thousands of people lined up here, thousands. Lots of people lined up. We anticipated the crowd would be big, so we wanted to get out here early so we can show you guys the line and also provide some interviews, because that's what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting is we show you everything start to finish. We show you the crowd. We show you the line. You see people are jumping up and down. People have recognized us. Some people even wanted to talk to us before the cameras were on, which is great. It's awesome that we are getting that recognition as the only pro-Trump media network out there. We show you guys everything, and we are almost entirely viewer funded. People loving it. People giving us thumbs up here. It is incredible. So, Grace, what are your thoughts about this line and everything that's going on so far?
I am so happy to see this line today because it just shows the enthusiasm of whether Trump has COVID or not, and he beat the virus, and that's the point. And I think that's why there's going to be such a huge turnout today, because people are going to be so happy that our president is back and he's on the campaign trail. He did not succumb to what the Democrats thought he was going to, and he is back stronger than ever.
Yes, and Father Frank, this is our first time working together. So why don't you tell the audience, for those that may not know you, just a little bit about your background and how you got hooked up with RSBN.
Well, thanks, Mike. It is great to be with you and with you, Grace, and with you again, brothers and sisters. I head up Priests for Life. We're one of the largest pro-life organizations in the world. And what we do, particularly at election time, is fire people up to vote pro-life, to vote pro-family, pro-freedom, pro-America. And President Trump is the best candidate you can imagine for those kind of values. Because we broadcast every day as well on multiple platforms, we connected early on with Right Side Broadcasting. And we're very grateful for the collaboration we've been able to initiate, including me coming to some of these rallies and chatting with you during the course of the event. The anticipation here is very strong, like we see on the ground all across the country. You know, the Trump campaign has knocked on more doors and made more phone calls over the course of this campaign than any campaign in American history. I mean, that says a lot. It says a lot about the organization of the campaign. It says a lot about the value of the candidate, and it says a lot about where America is right now. Because as we'll talk more as the hours go on, we've got a president who connects with the American people, not with the elite, not with the establishment. He doesn't care about them. He cares about us. And I think we're going to hear that again, Mike and Grace, in his remarks, how he says, you know, I'm fighting for you. This isn't just a campaign. This is a movement. And the people here, the reason they're out here in this burning sun for hours on end is that they are inspired to the core of their being with this movement, which is really the movement of America. It's the American movement. This is the American president more than any other. So we're delighted to be with you again. We're delighted to hear what these folks are going to tell us about what brings them here, what motivates them. And we're here together to increase our own motivation to work like crazy these next 3 weeks to reach as many voters as we can.
Absolutely. Thank you for that great intro. Yes, guys, this is going to be the biggest election anybody's ever going to vote in. And I want to take a special opportunity here to tell you guys that you are the reason that we're able to come here. We've got a massive crew here. We've got 3 cameramen, and then we've got 2 correspondents as well as a guest correspondent. It's your donations that not only send us to these events, but allow us to have a large crew so we can capture more footage, more of the line, more interviews. We're able to do this because we're almost entirely viewer funded, and your donations go a long way. I also want to give a shout out to our I want to tell you about our partner for today. Not give a shout out, but kind of give a shout out. And tell you about our partner today. Our partner today is iTarget. iTarget is, one second here. I'm getting it pulled up on my phone here. Do you have it pulled up on your phone? This is a new partner, so bear with us here, guys, as we get this information pulled up. We want to tell you about one of our partners, our key partners here. While Grace is getting that pulled up, I just want to speak a little bit about what's going on here. We've got people are recognizing us. This is so great. This is so great.
Right side, whoa, Mike! He's terrific! Right side, whoa!
They love us, guys. They love us. And we love you guys back. We love you guys back. I got to tell you, with each event that we go to, we get even more support, even more people shouting us out. We've got Blacks for Trump here. We got, what's going on, bud? We got the line here pulled up. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Grace. She's going to tell you about our partner for the day.
Our partner for today is iTarget. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have the time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter I, targetpro.com. itargetpro.com. Offer code SAVE10.
Thank you very much, Grace. And I've jumped into the chat here, and I see we've already got a super chat from Shraggy Stern. I think I pronounced that right. It says, right side is the best. Love it. We also got another super chat from JC Bridge. I think I pronounced that right. Thank you very much for your support. Guys, you can also support us by going to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com/donate. YouTube takes 30% of our super chats. Although we do appreciate every dollar we get, just know that YouTube does take 30% of it. So if you don't want YouTube getting their hands on some of this support, then you can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com/donate. You know, as we're standing here looking at this line, I think to myself, how is it that the media, Grace, is telling us that President Trump is losing support and he's down by double digits to Joe Biden in Florida? You live down in the Miami area. I don't know if you heard about this, but yesterday or over the weekend at some point, I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday, there were, I heard reports of 30,000 cars that blocked all the streets of Miami, and it was Cubans for Trump, where they say that Joe Biden is leading President Trump amongst Hispanics in Florida. And I'm just saying, even though they're telling us the polls are showing Joe Biden ahead, how is that possible when you go out and you look at the lines?
It's not possible. Trump has huge momentum with the Latinos and Hispanics, especially in the state of Florida, because as you know, we have a lot of Cubans and Venezuelans and people who fled socialism, and they don't want to live in a country where Democrats want to bring socialism here for their own political gain. So I don't think it's possible that Trump is down by double digits. It's just not. I think what we're seeing is a repeat of 2016 when they had him down in almost about every poll, and they said that he has no path to victory. And they were dead wrong. So I think they're going to be dead wrong again in the 2020 election.
Yes, indeed. Yes. There's no way that if you just use your eye test, just look at the optics of these events, and we're going to show you everything today. You're going to see the line, you're going to see the crowd, you're going to see all of it. President Trump's speech start to finish. There is no way that this man is going to lose to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's not even campaigning. The media, as we know, is campaigning for him, but he's not out there going to events. When he does hold events, nobody shows up. So there's no way that he's up in the polls. It's not possible that you can win without doing the work. President Trump is doing the work. Even when he was sick, even when he was at the Walter Reed Hospital, he still took time out to come and show his appreciation for his supporters. That's what a real president would do. So what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to show the crowd here. We're going to show this line and then hopefully get some interviews. There's a lot of patriots out here. We've got 2 cameras that we're going to show you guys everything that's going on here. We're going to see if we can interview some people out here. This guy's ready. He's got some grapes out here, got some snacks. Have you been here? How long have you been here, sir?
Oh, about 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
30 minutes, yeah.
Where are you from?
The Villages.
The Villages, so that's not too far away, is it?
About an hour. Yeah, about an hour.
And what excites you about President Trump?
Everything. He's a great president. He's for the veterans. I'm retired military. Yeah, he's great. Yep, doing a lot for the VA. So, yeah.
What do you have to say about the media saying that Joe Biden is up by double digits in Florida? When you look at this line, does it seem like Joe Biden is up?
Well, what'd they say about Hillary? That's all you got to say. What'd they say about Hillary? It's all crooked. It's all crooked. We know where we stand. We're going to win.
Yes, sir. And lastly, because I see the lines moving up, what do you hope to hear from President Trump tonight?
That he's doing good. I want, our president's back healthy and ready to fight and get to where he needs to be. Finish up his 4 years and get the crooked politicians. Let's drain the swamp. Let's get those people out of there.
Yes, sir. God bless you. Thank you so much. Huge line out here, guys. Lots of sunshine, lots of people. Again, we're at the Sanford Airport in Central Florida, which is in the I-4 corridor. As many of you who follow me on YouTube know, I live in Central Florida, so this is my backyard, essentially. I'm very familiar with this area, and this area of the state will probably decide not just how Florida votes, but how the election will play out, because President Trump must win the state of Florida. And Central Florida is crucial to that, because Central Florida has almost an even split of registered Democrats and Republicans. It's the I-4 corridor that stretches from Tampa, St. Petersburg through Orlando up to Daytona Beach. And this area, I got to tell you, I've been all throughout this area, and I see it flooded with Trump signs, Trump flags, Trump bumper stickers. I saw a big sign, President Trump, on I-4, which tells you what the atmosphere is like down here. President Trump should absolutely win the state of Florida, despite the mainstream media gaslighting, saying Joe Biden's leading in the polls, and Joe Biden is somebody that is going to appeal to Floridians. You heard Grace talk about how there's a lot of Cubans here, a lot of Venezuelans here that are fleeing the tyranny of communist countries, so there's no way they would support Thank you for supporting us. So many people. You see this man with the Latinos for Trump shirt on here. We got all types of people from all different walks of life supporting the president out here. They're excited for 4 more years. And if you could show me any kind of support for Joe Biden in this region of the state, I would be honored to see it. If anybody in the chat is a troll and they support Sleepy Joe, I would love to see. Thank you. God bless. So I think we're maybe just kind of walking the line a little bit, and then we'll just enter. Oh, there's Caitlin Bennett over there. What's up, Caitlin? Come on. So, yeah. So we're just going to walk the entire line here, and then we'll interview some people. Hey, what's going on?
Regularly, brother.
Yes, sir. It's exciting. And they're shouting out War Eagle. Joe, I know you love that. Oh, they love it. Joe's loving it in the studio. The War Eagle fans, our cameraman. There's no secret who our cameramen support. They love the Auburn Tigers. Look at this crowd here. I love to see it. Everybody out here supporting the president.
We're going to keep America great.
Where are you from? What's your name?
West Palm Beach, Tamiko and Michael Yansettis.
What brings you out here?
I'm out here to support Trump and to support our American way.
What excites you about President Trump?
All of the things that he's done for all Americans. It's not about white or black. It's about Americans and what he has done for the communities as a whole, with opportunities, second chances, tax cuts, you name it. He's done it. Build the walls. He's everything that he said he was going to do, he's done. And honesty, transparency, that's what I like about him.
Yes. And what do you think about the media saying that Joe Biden is up by double digits in Florida?
That's funny. That is hilarious. I'd like to see those, the only way he could be up by double digits is if they got people working overtime on those mail-in ballots.
Absolutely. They pretty much lied him in the first place. They're like, we're just going to tell people that Joe Biden is leading, and they'll believe it.
And they'll believe it, right. You can tell by the enthusiasm that's not the case.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing. Are you familiar with Right Side Broadcasting?
As a matter of fact, I am. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you know that we show the lines, we show the crowd, we interview people. We're here to bring the truth. We don't care about what the media is doing. We're here to restore.
You've got so many media outlets all echoing like an echo chamber, all saying the same things. That's got to be a red flag for anybody with common sense. It's got to be a red flag. So, yeah, it's like wake up, America, before we lose America.
Yeah, and you know what? What do you think about how the media is saying, well, President Trump hasn't denounced white supremacy, but they won't say a word about Joe Biden saying you ain't black and the Latino community is diverse, the black community is not. What are your thoughts on that?
It's double standards, it's biasness, and it's one of those things when you can't be honest with people. You know, when you can't be honest, you're pointing out negatives that don't even exist. These are narratives that don't exist. And if you follow anything of this, the Trump campaign, you already know what was said and how it was said and how it was intended. So those are just spun lies is what it is. They're just spun lies.
Well, thank you very much for interviewing with us. God bless you.
God bless you. God bless America.
God bless America. RSBN. Yes, sir. People recognize us out here. This is incredible. That tells you that what we're doing right now is so important. It is so important because we have 3 weeks to save the United States of America. I've been saying this. I've been sounding the alarm for what feels like an eternity that this isn't hyperbolic. We are fighting for this country. Where Joe Biden says we're fighting for the soul of this nation, that little empty platitude. We are actually fighting for this nation. Hey, how's it going? Grace, you want to interview anybody? Okay. What's your name?
Corey.
Corey, what brings you out here?
Supporting Trump. Supporting our president.
Where are you from? Central Florida?
Yep. Yes. We live right here in Winter Spring.
What's that?
Winter Spring and Altamont.
Oh, Winter Spring and Ultima. Okay, gotcha. Have you been here long?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. 27 something years.
I see you got the umbrella. It's a hot day. It seems you were prepared.
Signed by Eric Trump.
Signed by Eric Trump.
Yes.
I love it. What are you hoping to hear from President Trump at his first public appearance since he caught COVID?
COVID? That he's okay. That everything is going to be okay.
That's right.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so we're looking forward to it. We're about 5 hours out, I'd say, from President Trump's arrival here. We're at the Sanford Airport here in Central Florida at a Trump rally. This is by far the largest line that I've seen in a long time. I mean, usually the lines kind of trickle in, but this line, these people have probably been out here since 10 a.m. We're towards the end of the line, so these people are just showing up, but I'm willing to bet the people have been lined up all morning long. So, let's see. Okay, looks like Father Frank's got an interview here.
Hey, here's an old friend here from the pro-life movement. Michelle, tell our folks who you are and where you're from.
Michelle Herzog, right here.
We were just reminiscing about the Orlando rally where President Trump and Vice President Pence kicked off their re-election campaign. You were there too, right?
I was. So were you. And it was awesome. And we were so excited. And we were ready to go for it again. And now I'm so excited that we're ready to go for it again. I'm so thankful that President Trump is doing this. I mean, after everything. And look at this. This is just amazing.
It's an incredible crowd. You know, you have your finger on the pulse of what's going on. Would you say, how would you say the enthusiasm has grown or stayed the same or gone down from that June kickoff rally until now? What's your observation?
I've only seen it go up and up and up and up and up. Every Friday night I go and wave flags, and every week we have more and more people coming out. Every car that goes by is practically for Trump. I rarely see anybody for Biden. And so, it just every week it gets better, every week.
And for you, what's the most important issue that President Trump has stood strong on?
Well, of course, the rights for the unborn. I mean, that is huge for me. Also NAFTA and the Paris Trade Agreement and so many other things. I mean, and the sex trafficking issue, that's a huge issue for me too. All the children that are being found, and I just think it's his heart for children is really dear to my heart.
I don't think a lot of people realize how much he's done to curb and to stop sex trafficking. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I mean, since he's become president, more and more people are hearing about it. More and more people are hearing about the travesty of sex trafficking. We weren't hearing about that under the Obama administration. And then all of a sudden we're hearing about missing children being found. These poor children that were missing are all of a sudden coming into light and being found. And this is due in a huge part to President Trump and his love for children, not just the unborn, but for those that are already here and those that have either been used for sex trafficking or other nefarious things beyond their control. They're slaves and they're being set free. And I am so thankful for President Trump.
Michelle, what scares you most about the Democrats and their policies?
Socialist agenda. Listen, I grew up in South Florida, and so I'm in my 60s now. So I was there when rafts were coming on the shore. People leaving Cuba and risking their lives for freedom. I have a lot of friends in South Florida from Little Havana. And I know the day my sister-in-law, her parents were from Cuba. They lost everything and then came to America and started all over again. So the threat is real. And I'm seeing, and a lot of my Cuban friends are seeing a lot of the same things that happened in Cuba happening here. And so it's a socialism, communism. That's a huge thing for me. They're very, very pro-abortion. I mean, we're talking infanticide, even children after they're born. So it's life, communism, it's huge, and people need to be scared about a Biden-Harris ticket.
That reminds us, too, when you mentioned about the children born alive. We know it's happening because we're directly involved in the pro-life movement, as many of our viewers are, too, I'm sure. But, again, to emphasize, in Congress, the president is ready to protect these children. He called on Congress in the State of the Union to protect these children. These are children who are actually born alive after a failed abortion, and the Democrats don't want to protect them. In Congress, both in the House and in the Senate, the Democrats have held back. They don't want to even vote on the bill that would protect these children. And that reminds us, doesn't it, that this is not just about the presidential election. It's about the House of Representatives. Mm-hmm. It's about the U.S. Senate. Of course, we don't have a Senate race here in Florida, but a lot of the other states do. Yes. And when we put the president back in the White House, we've got to give him a Congress he can work with, right?
Exactly right. No more stalemates. No more. It's really, really super important. That's why people have got to get out and vote. They've got to vote for life. They've got to vote for the Constitution of this country like we have never voted before.
Michelle, thanks so much for being here. It's always good to see you, and we'll be looking for you on the campaign trail.
Okay.
Yes. Grace, wonderful, right? These people are fired up. They are ready. They know what's going on. They know the issues, and they're ready to stand up for them. It's beautiful to see.
Yes, it is beautiful to see. I love seeing so many people fired up for the president, enough to come out here and stand in this hot, hot weather. And especially after COVID and stuff too, because I noticed that a lot of people are still really scared about coming out without a mask. And as you notice, the vast majority of these people here are maskless. Right. So that's very cool. Hi, hello. How's it going? So yes. It's pretty amazing what we're witnessing. Mm-hmm. I noticed we have a really diverse crowd as well. Catholics for Trump. We have so many different types of people, different groups. We have Catholics, we have Jews for Trump, we have blacks for Trump, everybody. So it's really great that we're able to see this much diversity at a Trump rally.
Well, the diversity is important to think about, too. And I want to appeal to our viewers right now that get involved with the Trump campaign. They've got a lot of coalitions. We've interviewed people already. We had some interviews with some of our black brothers and sisters, and we're going to see all different types of ethnic backgrounds here, and the campaign has formed these various coalitions so that people of different ethnic and occupational backgrounds and religious backgrounds can get behind the president and rally around the specific issues that are important to those communities. So, for example, we saw some of the signs already, Women for Trump. We've got black voices for Trump. We've got pro-life voices for Trump. Michelle, who we just interviewed, very active in the pro-life movement, as are many of you. We've got cops for Trump. We've got veterans for Trump. You'll see a lot of the signs at this rally as you see them at the various rallies, right? And what I'm saying to you is get involved in these coalitions wherever you fit in. There are Greek voices for Trump, Italian Americans for Trump, Irish Americans. Yes, and that's right. And a lot of coalitions. Now, where can you find these coalitions? You go to DonaldJTrump.com, and you'll see the coalitions tab. Look for the one or the ones that you fit into and join today. The Trump campaign wants to hear directly from you. Get involved, and you'll be connected. You'll be connected to the inside track of the campaign. You'll get updates. You'll be told how you can help. You text the number 88022 to the various word that defines each coalition. And we need you. We need you involved. The campaign needs you involved. And that's DonaldJTrump.com. And then click the tab that says coalitions and see where you fit in. There are moms for Trump and evangelicals for Trump, Catholics for Trump, all these different kind of coalitions. And this is how the campaign grows. The campaign is speaking to America. And President Trump, it's amazing. A lot of the people we're interviewing, they know the specific accomplishments. And when you look at what the Trump campaign has accomplished, and again, there's another website we want you to go to, promiseskept.com, because that is where you will see a long, long list, much longer than Biden's list, right? You know what I've been saying? Yeah, Grace says Biden's list ought to be 10 times longer because he's been in federal office 10 times longer than Trump has.
It should be.
But it should be, but it isn't.
No.
It's not. But listen, go there and read it, because then you will be able, as of course many of you already are, but you will be so able to talk intelligently to your brothers and sisters and family and friends and co-worshipers and co-workers about the accomplishments. Like, for example, we had that gentleman, one of the first interviews this afternoon was a vet. And he said, he's done so much for the vets. The VA now has a 91% approval rate. Wasn't that way before. There were thousands of people working for the Veterans Administration that were doing a bad job under the Obama-Biden administration. And when I say bad job, they were really doing harm to the vets. President Trump took action so that they could be fired. He got rid of 9,000 of them. 9,000 people working for the VA that weren't doing the right kind of job, and he got them out of there. He decreased the amount of drug use, suicide. He has done so much, and then of course VA Choice, when these vets had to wait in long lines and to get the medical care that they need. And he said, wait a minute, go to the doctor of your choice, get the care as quickly as you can get it, and then send us the bill. This is called VA Choice. So the vets are very, very happy. And again, hello. You want to say something to our audience?
Go Trump, go Trump, go Trump.
Where's your hat?
Where are you from?
From Tampa.
Tell us what you think about the enthusiasm for the campaign. We're going to win or what?
We are going to win. We're going to clean the swamp. Hello.
What's your favorite thing about President Trump?
He's just a very honest man, a very energetic man, and he also cares about America.
And about his people. What
he says he's going to do.
He keeps his promises. In fact, he keeps more promises than he makes.
That's right. And the best is right here. We're going to stop the abortion.
Yes.
Amen.
Listen, the Democrats, this is what people don't understand, and they find it hard to believe. They want no limitations on abortion.
That's right.
I mean, we're talking about the 7th, 8th, 9th month, healthy baby, healthy mother.
That's right. If you are truly Christian, you will not vote for this Biden-Harris, okay? We are going to save babies. Trump 2020, Pence 2020. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's the enthusiasm. Thank you so much. Hey, listen, that's the enthusiasm we see on the streets from coast to coast. It's real, it's there, and it far eclipses anything we see from the Biden side of the fence. Isn't that right, Mike?
Absolutely. There is no matching the enthusiasm here for President Trump. There's a real enthusiasm gap. Now, I'm looking at our stream here, guys, and I see that we have 23,000 people watching. I appreciate every last one of you that's watching us right now, but what I need from you is to give us a thumbs up. Because when you give us a thumbs up, it moves us up in the algorithms, which means more people will see this, more people will subscribe, more people will get the truth, and that ultimately fuels the donations. The donations are what send us to these events. President Trump has an event coming up tomorrow in North Carolina. After tomorrow, he's going to be in Iowa, and then there are going to be more events to follow. So we need you guys to support RSBN. Support us by going to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. If you go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, you can send us to more of these events. We're going to move up a little bit. That's why we're in motion here, because they're starting to let the line in, and we really thought that they would be kind of sluggish just because with the virus and getting everyone through the security and the screenings and all that, but they're moving pretty quickly. So we're just moving up closer to the stage, or to where the entry point is, and we're going to try to get some more interviews. We're going to try to maximize as many interviews as we can while we're out here, because they're letting people in very quickly here. So I think this is the entry point, so we probably can't go much further than this. But if we can, we're going to interview people while we're out here once things settle down a little bit. But I need everybody to give this stream a thumbs up. I cannot stress the importance. This is the country that we all love. We're fighting for this country, and the best way you fight for this country is by liking, sharing our stream. Get this in front of some eyeballs. Share it with people. Let's shatter a record for viewers today. I believe our standing record right now is like 120,000 people watching. Let's see if we can smash 200,000 tonight. Again, this is President Trump's first public appearance since contracting COVID more than a week and a half ago. So we need you guys to share this, because when you share it, more people will see it. They'll see what we're talking about. They'll see the line. They'll see the crowd. They'll see the interviews. They'll see President Trump's speech start to finish. They'll see the Pledge of Allegiance. They'll see everything. At Right Side Broadcasting, we show you the truth. We show you everything that's happening. We don't cut anything out. We don't spin narratives. We're biased in favor of the United States. That's our only bias. So, guys, please support. Give it a thumbs up. We got 24,000 watching. We need 24,000 thumbs up. And I see we got some super chats, so let me get some shout outs here. Michael S. says, Trump Pence 2020, MAGA. We've got JC Bridge, I think. Thank you for your super chat. We got BYN with a $10 donation. Thank you so much. JC Bridge has 2 donations. Thank you so much. Thanks to everybody that's watching right now. Try to share this on your social media if you can. Send it as a text message. Send it as a tweet. I don't know. Get it in front of some eyeballs, because that's the way we're going to circumvent YouTube's algorithms. We don't get promoted on the home screen of YouTube. When they show President Trump events, they're going to show Fox News or NBC or whoever else is carrying it live, but they will not show us. We are independent media. We don't take corporation dollars. We don't take Soros money, Rupert Murdoch. We don't take billionaire dollar donations, because they would dictate our message. They would dictate the direction of our content. We don't like to do that. We like to be free-flowing and easygoing. So we appreciate everybody that's watching out here. Again, I'm your host, Mike Nificent. Find me on Twitter, MikeNificent813, or you can find me on YouTube. Just type in Mike Nificent, like the word magnificent, except Mike Nificent. It is a hot day here in sunny Central Florida. With the humidity, it probably feels like it's mid-90s, but we're out here. We're going to weather this, and it looks like we may, I don't know, the line, the majority of the line, as you can see here, is inside. We're gonna walk up and see whatever we can do to try to get as many interviews as possible. We cannot walk through the security area, so we're just going to get as close as we can to the crowd here. And this is just the beginning. There's probably already enough people here that we've seen between this line and the line that's already inside to fill up the inside. So we know that for certain. There's a ton of people here, and there's going to be more to come. We are about 3.5 hours away from President Trump's arrival at the Sanford Airport here in Central Florida, an area of the state that is seen as a toss-up. It's seen as a toss-up. They say it's 50-50, Democrats and Republicans, but it's hard to tell that Biden has support anywhere in this part of the state. Even in places like Miami, where they had, like, some say 30,000 cars. 30,000 cars, supposedly, for President Trump. They held a rally yesterday, a street rally, a parade, if you will. What's that?
Mexicans for Trump.
What excites you about President Trump?
The liberties he's offering, the economy he's offering, the future for our children without so many regulations for businesses. Just when you put it all together, you can't, compare. You can't pray for anything else. When I look at my kids and grandkids and I compare the opposition's agenda, there's nothing there for them but fear of the future with them. So I can't let that happen for my grandkids and my kids.
And I'm from England. I lived 49 years in England. I've been here a year and a half. And I tell you what, I don't recognise my country. And if we don't get we need a Trump in London. And if Trump don't get re-elected, we're finished. The caliphate is coming over. They're all coming over the border. I'm not a racist. I'm a Christian, a born-again believer. But I'm telling you something. This is the most important election of my lifetime and my children's lifetime, my grandchildren. And I'm telling you something. He does not get elected. This world is going to go. The whole world is relying on President Trump getting re-elected. This is how important it is. So please, please vote for him. It's important. You know, I'm not against Democrats. I'm not against anyone. But I know how important it is. My country is finished without, it's been gone. I love my country. But you wouldn't recognise it. It's socialist, communist, they tax you out there. You work really hard. I work 16 hours a day looking after the elderly. 16, 17 hours a day, 7 days a week. I go home, look at my cheque, it weren't worth 2 bob. But they're giving, it's just, you won't believe it. And this country will go exactly the same way. Exactly the same way. Whatever Biden's promising you is a lie. It's a lie. So please vote President Trump in.
Hey, man, what a powerful message. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Spoken from someone from across the pond who has experienced tyranny over in the UK, where you can be put in jail for tweets that they find offensive. I mean, they enforce these draconian rules so arbitrarily, right? Like, it'd be one thing if they wanted to enforce them across the board, but they're not. They're enforcing these rules against people who speak out against the system, people who speak out against the establishment. So it's so eye-opening to see people from other countries say America must re-elect President Trump, because we are at a cliff right now. We are at a cliff, and they're trying to push this country over that cliff. You just can't speak enough about it. I mean, quite frankly, President Trump must be reelected at all costs. At all costs. What's going on, man? Latinos for Trump. Love to see it. There's a very diverse crowd out here. I'm gonna pass it to Grace for a quick second here.
Hey guys, you guys can support Right Side Broadcasting by going to our Super Chat on YouTube and donating to us there. Like you guys know, we are almost 100% viewer funded. So we need a lot of help getting to the next rallies. President Trump is planning on speeding up his campaign schedule. And like you guys know, he just recovered from the coronavirus on Saturday. So he has some making up to do, and he plans to be at a few places in the next week. I believe it's Iowa and Pennsylvania and a couple others, but he's about to ramp it up. We're about 21 days away from the election. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's around 2021. So you can also support us by supporting our partner, iTarget. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have the time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why our Target Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter itargetpro.com. itargetpro.com, offer SAVE10. So as you guys can see, this is a huge rally. So much enthusiasm. We have a lot going on this week in politics. Today the confirmation hearing started for Judge Amy Coney Barrett, and as you guys saw, it's probably going to be a wild ride for the next couple weeks. I don't think they can do to her what they did to Justice Kavanaugh, but they are sure going to try to do as much damage as they can to her with her religious beliefs. And if that doesn't tell you anything about the Democrat Party, it should. You see all this support we have? We have Jexit, we have firefighters for Trump. They all know who Right Side Broadcasting is, so share Right Side Broadcasting with all of your friends and family. Make sure that we get to 200,000 views tonight. Let's help us break our record. The president deserves this attention. He deserves to have all these people here after what he's been through with the Democrats. And this just proves that the left can't stop what's right. They think I'm Liz. I'm not Liz. I'm Grace Saldana, but Liz will be at another rally soon. So if they're watching, this is not Liz. But anyway, Yes, we have a huge rally, and we hope to see more people filing in soon.
Yes, indeed. And I see the super chats are pouring in. Thank you guys so much for supporting us. I cannot stress how important it is that you support us at Right Side Broadcasting. We are almost entirely viewer funded. We have to stress that to you guys because we are 3 weeks away from the most important election ever. Like ever. One side of politics in America wants to see the total destruction of the United States. They don't just want to see their policies enacted. They want to do away with the entire Constitution. They want to stack the Supreme Court. They want to abolish the Electoral College. They want to abolish the police. They want to abolish ICE. They want to throw open the borders. And there's only one president that stands in their way, only one person in politics, and that is President Donald J. Trump. And we're the only media that's going to cover him fairly. We're live right now. We're showing you the crowd here in Central Florida, the biggest swing state up for grabs in this election. Look at this crowd right here. This is Central Florida. This is where it's going to be decided pretty much. 29 electoral votes up for grabs, and President Trump is leading. If you look at the numbers, one second here. I just saw that a poll came out today that President Trump is picking up 12% of the black vote. 12%. That's in Florida. And it's probably going to be even higher than that. Just in Florida, 12%. That's huge because they've lost control of the narrative. But we have to keep fighting. Even though the polls show that President Trump is down in the polls, we need to take those polls seriously. We should all be pretending like those polls are real. We should take those polls seriously. I don't want to really hear about, the polls in 2016. No. This is 2020. They're expecting it now. They were completely blindsided in 2016. They are ready for this. So we need to take it seriously. Whether the polls are true or not, we need to pretend like they are true. We cannot get complacent. So I cannot stress enough how important it is that you guys and your donations send us to every single one of these events. Every single one of these events, we'd like to have multiple camera angles. We'd like to have multiple hours of interviews, but that takes money. It's also very expensive to send us to these events. So let me give shout outs to everybody that has donated. We got SMG 325, Trump Pence 2020. Thank you for your super chat. We got Natty Smackdown. Natty Smackdown says Trump 2020, crush socialism and communism. Dennis Balan said $10 super chat. Thank you very much. We've got Tweet Quilts as a new member. Thank you very much. We've got The Weaver with a $5 super chat. God bless you. Brian Scott says, God bless the USA. Native Americans for Trump. We've got Peter Ravelo as a new member. We've got Carlos Vasquez. Upgraded his membership. Thank you very much. Raquel Torres is a new member. We've got Lynn Winters with an 1111 super chat. That's a divine number right there. It says Trump 2020. Trump love over here in Clovis, California. God wins. Love has won. Love always wins. Love is the highest, most powerful frequency in the universe. Love always wins. Who else do we got here? We've got, so many of them coming in here. Got Bob Noonan. Thank you for your super chat. Richard Harvey. Thank you. 2016 with the super chat. And we've got Monica Morris. Thank you very much, Monica Morris. Thank you so much. And if you're watching now, you're just tuning in, give it a thumbs up. We got 24,000 watching. We got 13 thumbs up. Let's get 24,000 thumbs up. Let's get the viewership up to 100,000 before President Trump takes the stage. Once Trump. People love it. People are excited out here. President Trump's first public appearance since catching COVID. This might be the most anticipated Trump rally of his entire tenure in the White House. I mean, honestly, he just got out of the hospital less than 7 days ago after being diagnosed with COVID-19. And it's astonishing that people have not lost any enthusiasm for the president. They're still out here. They've got their thumbs up. They are so excited. And we're showing you this here. As the media tries to tell you he's down in the polls, you need to share this with all the people who believe Joe Biden is going to win. It's just not going to happen. The enthusiasm is unmatched. You cannot make this stuff up. You can't make it up. This is what the media won't show you. They won't show you the crowd. They won't show you the diversity in the crowd. But us here at RSBN, we will do that. Guaranteed every single time. This is a very important election, guys. Go to rsbnetwork.com. How's it going, man?
To the people, I work for a company called Dream Exchange. We're making the first black-owned stock exchange in the history of America. If you own a business, go to dreamex.com, dreamex.com. First black-owned stock exchange in the country.
Amazing. God bless you. What's your name?
Tori Sakela.
Tori Sakela. Tell them again where they can find it.
DreamX, dreamex.com. And there's a bunch of information. There's webinars, a bunch of stuff. If you're a black-owned business or any business, we're trying to help you get access to capital and succeed for the country.
Hey, man, God bless you, man. We appreciate you.
I love your channel, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, guys, this is the right thing to do. We're helping promote other small businesses, other media platforms. People are shouting us out. This is incredible. Of all the rallies I've been to, more people are starting to really just recognize us. What's going on, man? What's up? People are taking pictures and all this stuff.
I was in Jacksonville and I got a picture with Liz, so I got to get a picture with all you guys from Right Side.
Okay, yeah, we can have somebody take the photo here.
I'm a Reagan member. So.
Let's see if Father Frank will take a picture.
Yeah, talk to
You mind taking
Frank?
a picture? Yeah. Father Frank will get a picture. Get a picture of us here. Let's look over here. See, guys, I got to do this stuff on the fly. You got to do this stuff on the fly.
See, I'm messing Mike up.
No, you're not. No, you're not. They love it. They love to see it because they see that people appreciate what we do.
Oh, absolutely.
We got God on our side.
If you're watching, you're not following, you're not liking this video, go ahead and like, share, and make sure that you're subscribed because they are viewer funded. I watch these guys all the time. Definitely a member. Follow you guys. You guys are the best out there. No interruptions. They always get the crowd size. They get this energy, and they bring you real news. Forget about the fake news. This is where it's at right here, Right Side Broadcasting Network. So we appreciate you guys.
Amen. God bless you. Now, guys, if you hadn't noticed, every single person that we've interviewed had a big smile on their face. It's because happiness brings us together. Happiness and love unify us. Unlike what the left is offering right now, they're offering hatred, animosity, and just total despair. Their message is gloomy. Their message sucks. Their message is, America's terrible, it's racist, we need to destroy it, institutional racism. People are tired of that garbage message. Nobody wants to hear it. Black, white, Asian, Jewish, Hispanic, Filipino, nobody wants to hear that message anymore. That is the Democrat narrative right now. That's the narrative that we're shattering. And we're shattering it by you guys helping us grow, helping us reach more people. You see, each rally that I've attended, we've had more support. With each rally that we've attended, we've had even more people shout us out, recognize us. You see that I wear this Make America Great Again hat because why not, man? This is for all the marbles. They say, oh, you shouldn't be biased as a member of the media. You shouldn't show your bias. I'm like, at least we're being honest. I'd rather be honest about it. I can't be a fake liar like they are on the left. They pretend to be fair and balanced while all they do is hide and protect Joe Biden, right? Even if it's in the debates or whatever. There's no fairness. At least we're being honest here. Yes, we're on the right side of this debate here. We're on the right side of history, and we're going to show it. I want President Trump to hopefully look back and see me wearing this hat. When he looks back, he needs to see that this hat is on, and hopefully he'll give us a shout-out while he's delivering his speech. He's given us shout-outs before on Twitter, but he's never done it during an actual speech. So we're hoping and praying that he does that because we've been following him all around the country. We were outside of the hospital, outside of Walter Reed just last week while he was recovering from this virus. And we're going to be with him every step of the way because he's been with us every step of the way. Look at the crowd. They're letting the crowd in pretty quickly. But as you guys can see, they are filing in and there's more people out back lining up. We anticipate a really big crowd here. She eats, sleeps, and breathes Trump. That's incredible. And really, Trump is just like, if you think about it, President Trump is more of a symbol of what it means to be American. He's a businessman. He's tough. He's an alpha male. He's kind. He's compassionate. He's an entrepreneur, right? They talk about how, oh, his dad gave him a loan. He inherited his wealth. Yeah, how many people would have blown that money? How many people would have turned that into $0? How many people would have blown it on addiction? President Trump grew an empire, a real estate mogul, a television personality, and now the greatest president in the history of the country. Anybody can make it here. the leftist narrative, the prevailing narrative is this country sucks. We hate it. Minorities can't thrive here, but also we should let minorities come here through opening the border. See, they don't even make sense. Their logic is so backwards. We need love. She says we need love in America. That's exactly what we need. You see love here. If you look at every single face, they're smiling, they're happy, they're enthusiastic, they're optimistic. They know what they want. On the left, they know what they don't want. At least 50% of the vote for Biden is a protest vote. They're protesting against President Trump, but they don't know what they want in place of it. And that's no way to live life. I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that is no way to live your life. Focusing on what you don't want. Focusing on what you hate. What you focus on expands. So you might as well focus on something positive, something that will improve your life. I'm going to pass it over to Grace momentarily here.
Hey guys, so I just wanted to talk about the voting stats here in Seminole County. So we're in Sanford, Florida in Seminole County, and early voting begins on October 4th, or 24th, I'm sorry. So that means you can go out in person and vote starting on October 24th. So that's pretty amazing. And a lot of people in this county have already started early voting, but they're voting by mail. And the alarming part about that is that the Democrats can obviously change your vote if you vote by mail. They can harvest your vote. They can pretty much rig the election, and we don't want that to happen. I saw an article the other day that said 600,000 of new poll workers are registered Democrats. That's a scary thought, because there's a lot of question on, like, you know, can voter fraud happen on a wide scale? And it definitely can, and it's definitely happening. We can't underestimate the Democrats and their ability to rig this election. It is vital that we go out and vote in person. Bring all of your friends, all of your family, everybody you know who is a Trump supporter to the polls. COVID is disappearing slowly. It is going away. There is no need to be afraid to go to the polls, but take whatever precautions you need to. Wear a mask, take hand sanitizer, do what you got to do to get out there and vote in person for President Trump. We need to get him reelected. And in this county specifically, Trump won the county in 2016, but it was very slim. And just like the entire state of Florida, Trump only won Florida by 1.5%. So that's only about 1 million-ish votes. Don't quote me on that exactly, but that's a very tiny margin. And I do believe wholeheartedly that the president is gaining a lot of steam in the state of Florida, especially with Hispanics coming out more and more to vote for the president in support of his anti-socialism policies. But it's still important that we get as many people as we can. So in Seminole County, Trump won the county by 48.7% to Hillary Clinton at 47.1%. So that's only 1.5%. So I think the enthusiasm at this rally is very important for this area, because it really shows that the president is gaining steam. And you don't see Biden having any rally this size. I think he tried to have a competing rally over the weekend because Donald Trump Jr. was in Miami. Biden tried to hold a comparable event, and I saw videos, you guys, and there was nobody there. Nobody. So if that tells you anything about the left's enthusiasm, so it's very important that we get as many people as we know out here to vote. And I wanted to remind you guys, it looks like we have an interview. Hi, what's your name?
My name's Aiden Krause.
Where are you from, Aiden?
I'm from New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
New Smyrna
Beach.
New Smyrna Beach, cool. Is this your first Trump rally?
This is my first Trump rally.
Awesome. Why are you voting for the president?
I'm voting for the president because I feel he's exactly what we need for America. We saw before COVID, he brought the lowest unemployment, wages were up, strongest military we've ever had in our history. Record funding for HBCUs, just uplifting really every type of person in this country, and that's why I support the president.
That's amazing. How old are you, may I ask?
I'm 19.
19 years old. Do you have any trouble with your friends, or do they all support the president as well?
For the most part, most of my friends are Trump supporters, but for the ones that aren't, we just put it to the side, and we're still friends. It doesn't matter.
That's so great. I'm glad to hear that the younger generation can handle politics civilly. So that's awesome. Thank you so much, Aiden.
Yeah, thank you.
I just love hearing that, because she's like, go Trump. Yes, go Trump, you guys. I used to work on a college campus with at Turning Point USA, and I used to table with all the socialism sucks, taxation is theft, stuff like that. And the students were very open to what we had to say, but the thing was the professors were the most hostile towards us. The professors were the ones trying to scare people away from our booth. They were yelling at the students who were talking to us and saying, no, they're giving you misinformation, they're giving you propaganda, don't listen to those people. And they would try to harass us and say, are you guys college students? Do you have any right to be on this campus? And we were like, why are these professors who are supposed to be here to educate students acting like this? It was really unbelievable to me, but the thing was, most of the students were very cordial. They loved to see that our presence was out there because that was in San Diego, and that's not necessarily known as the most conservative area in the world. So, the students loved it, and a lot of students were very open-minded, as people should be in college. At 19, 20, 21, you should be open-minded to hearing what other people have to say. That way it can either solidify your own arguments or it can bring you to another side of things. There's nothing wrong with listening to what other people have to say. And that's the thing about the right, is that the right is very open to hearing what others have to say. They want to help other people, but the left is the one who wants to shut people down. And Joe Biden says, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And that's not the kind of person I want to vote for. He says we don't deserve to hear his policies. And he's just very closed off. We don't want to hear any president like that. And I certainly don't want a person like that running any administration. So not even a mayorship. I'm sorry?
Where are you guys with?
We're Right Side Broadcasting. We are an outlet that goes to all the Trump events, and we cover them, and we show you the whole story. We show the lines, we show the crowd. We cover it for hours before the president comes on. So
there's a lot of people here.
There's a lot of people here?
We're flying back home. There's a lot of people.
Oh, where are you from?
Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah. It's very locked down there, yeah?
It is. Yeah. That's why we came down here for the weekend. It was my boy's birthday, so.
Oh, awesome. Well, is it his birthday?
No. They didn't let him in because he has a bag, I guess. So
yeah. Secret Service is very picky. What's your name?
I'm Vlad. What's your name?
My name is Grace. Nice to meet you. So, why are you voting for President Trump?
Honestly, so my parents grew up in communism, so I don't know. I like his financial plan. I think Biden's plan is to raise taxes on families that make over $400,000, and I honestly, I'm not with that. I'm 19. I just had my first real job, paid real taxes for the first time in my life, it's a lot. So
yeah, awesome. Where are your parents from?
Romania.
Romania. Okay, cool, awesome. Well, I'm glad you are voting for the president and you are educated enough to understand what he's doing for this country.
Think he's gonna win?
I think he's going to win by a landslide.
Yeah. Everyone's saying that, but I hope you're right. But the polls aren't looking good right now, right?
Yeah, but are the polls even accurate?
That's a question to ask. But I would hope that the polling procedures have gotten better from last time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank you. Do you mind if we take a photo?
Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna take a photo. Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. How? Okay, thank you so much. Look, you guys, another 19-year-old. That's amazing. I love to see the college students out here. It makes me so happy that it's, the typical stereotype you hear about Republicans is that they're old and that they're out of touch with, the modern generation and things like that. But these 19-year-olds are not out of touch with anything, and they are fully here and ready to vote for the president. So very happy about that. And to elaborate a little bit on what I was saying about Trump winning, I fully believe Trump is going to win by a landslide because, the polls are rigged, number one, and voter fraud is a threat, but I believe that if the silent majority comes out in full force to go to the polls and vote for President Trump, then I don't think we're going to have much of a problem. And we need as many Republicans as we can to go and vote in person. And we need you guys to volunteer at the polls and make sure that everything is going according to plan. We need to keep the Democrats in check, and that's a sad fact. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's the fact that they are trying to rig things, and we don't want to let that happen. So, but this is going to be Trump's first rally since contracting the virus, and he beat it. And I just want to shout out the campaign video that they put out right after that when he got back to the White House and he was standing on the balcony. He was like a strong person. He showed that he is strong and he is not going to let anybody bring him down. He is not going to let the left tell him that he is unable and that he is incapacitated to continue the presidency. The fact is he is very able to continue acting as the president. There is no need to do any transfer of power, nothing like that. The left likes to fearmonger and terrify people into voting for them. And what an ugly platform, honestly. That is nothing that I want to vote for or would recommend anyone else voting for. So, looks like the crowd is still filing in. Still got lots of different people out here waving at us. Got firefighters for Trump, cops for Trump, veterans for Trump, every kind of group, all minorities. And that's, the president's campaign is so uniting. It's for all people. The Democrats like to use minorities to make their points, but the Republicans, they have some support. But the Republicans like to actually do things for minorities, and that's something that we should all celebrate. And we shouldn't be playing politics and acting like something like the Platinum Plan, which Trump signed a couple weeks ago, invested $500 billion into black communities. That's not pandering, that's helping. That is an investment into minority communities. So the fact that anybody could call him racist after doing something like that really blows my mind, you guys. And I write a lot about this on the company that I work for called Freedom Wire News. So you guys can go to freedomwirenews.com and read my articles, or you can follow me personally on social media at Grace Saldana. So I'm on all networks, Twitter, Parler, Instagram at GraceSaldanaa. So that's a little bit about me, guys. I got started in the movement a couple years ago, and like I said, I started tabling on campus explaining why socialism is such a bad thing for America and why taxation is theft and why we should support conservative values and at least have a civil dialogue and be able to talk amongst each other and not get in huge fights and just be able to share our points of view and listen to each other. That's the biggest thing. I think no matter who you listen to, you can learn something from that person. You can learn about their background, their point of view, and why they believe what they believe. And I think that makes us more well-rounded people when we do things like that. So I think it's so important that we maintain that dialogue in American politics. And that's what makes us so special. A lot of countries don't have things like that. North Korea certainly does not have. You can't differ with what the government says. You can't do that in China. You can't do that in any of these other very controlling countries. Even in modern Western societies like Britain, you can't go to England and take your mask off in the street because they will arrest you very viciously. It's very ugly. I've seen some gnarly arrest videos from Britain, and it's not a cool thing. So we need to make sure that does not happen or continue in America. I've seen it in a few places, but that is why it's so vital and so urgent that we get all of our friends out to the polls to vote for the president, vote for freedom, vote for the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, all the amendments to the Constitution. We believe in small government, limited power. The power should go to the people. That's what it should be. We should not have a few people who are above the law or just obsessed with gaining power and will do anything, because that's not America. That's not a republic. So, yeah, the Constitution is probably my favorite thing. I love going out and handing out constitutions. I haven't done it in a while, but I did that at lockdown protests in California, where I'm actually from. But I recently moved to Palm Beach for work. So you guys got to read your constitutions. I ran into so many people who just had no idea what the Constitution says. And of course you can still be conservative, you can still be Republican and not know, but it always helps to have that education to back up what you believe. It's so important in my opinion. So yeah, we got the crowd filing in. What do you think, Father Frank?
This is Florida, and voting, as in many other places, is going to take place well before Election Day. Folks should really check out where voter registration deadlines have already kicked in their state. You can go to many places online, but statevotinginfo.org is one of them, votinginfo.org. Find out where registration. Some states have voter registration right up until Election Day. Others have already closed. Others still have a little bit of time left. And early voting has begun in many states. Millions and millions of our fellow citizens have already voted. And yet this year we're expecting more turnout in this 2020 election than ever before. Yes, in Florida, early voting starts on the 24th, a week from this Saturday. So these folks here, Florida residents, are revving up. They're getting ready to go to the polls. And one of the fun things that you can do is get together people of like mind who vote in the same area and make it a group activity. Go out to breakfast and then go to the polls, or go out to lunch and then go to the polls. And the reason for that is, first of all, you can remind friends that they might not be as motivated as you are. They might forget. And reminding them and inviting them to come vote with you could be the difference between them voting or not voting at all. Another thing that it does is, especially if there's a long waiting line, it makes it easier to get through that wait. If you're with friends and like-minded people, you could discuss the issues, share your enthusiasm. Folks might also want to look at being poll workers and poll watchers. That's very important too. We contact your local Board of Elections or your local political party office and see what you need to do to help out at the polls, because this year especially the concern is higher than ever that we have fair elections, that there be no tampering. And you can help to do that by becoming a poll worker or a poll watcher. The other thing that's happening in a lot of states is that there are court battles being waged against the efforts of Democrats to change the rules of the election at the last minute. And some of them are trying, of course, this scheme of just sending out live ballots all throughout the state. Listen, any of you that has a database of any size, if you run a ministry or an organization, you know that you never catch up on duplicates, eliminating duplicates. You never catch up on eliminating addresses that have changed or people that are deceased. We run a large database at our ministry, Priests for Life, and we got people full-time working every day to keep that database up to date, and you're still never perfectly up to date. So if a state is going to mail out ballots to every single person on their voter file who says that they're registered, I mean, you're going to get duplicates. You're going to get ballots sent to people who have moved, people who have died, and we're seeing it happen. The question is, who then gets hold of those ballots, and where do they end up? We can't afford to tamper with that. You ask for a ballot, that's perfectly fine. You request one, you say, hey, here I am, I'm alive, I'm at this address, and I want to vote, and they send you your ballot and you send it back in, or bring it in person, even better, and that's perfectly fine. It's this scheme of, let's just send out the live ballots even without people requesting them, unsolicited ballots. It's dangerous. And the problem is, even if there were merit to that, the issue is that although there's a handful of states that have been doing that and they've worked out the problems, most of the states do not do that, have not done that, and are not ready to start doing that at this late date. And that's why the Republican Party has introduced all kinds of challenges in court. And you know what? The good news is they've been winning those cases. Week after week, we're hearing of more and more victories in the courts where the judges are saying, hey, listen, you don't tamper with the rules of an election 3 weeks before the election. Cut it out. And, these states have to be better prepared to do this if it's something that you want to do. Give it the time and the attention that it deserves to work it out and figure it out. So that's what's going on. We are getting a lot of victories with these court battles. But listen, friends, pay attention to what's going on in your state. Check with your local Board of Elections, check with your state voting website, and make sure that you know what the rules are, you know what the dates are, that early voting starts or that voter registration ends. And again, the name of the game right now is Action Voter-to-Voter Contact. And I want to echo a call on behalf of the campaign. I was on a campaign update recently where they were saying that they got more volunteers. First of all, they've broken all records for campaign volunteers. Way, way, way more. They long surpassed the record from back in 2016, and they've way left the Democrats in the dust, left the Biden campaign in the dust in terms of numbers of volunteers. So it is amazing. And go to the armyfortrump.com and volunteer to make some calls, knock on some doors, or help on social media. armyfortrump.com. So, Mike, how are we making out?
We're doing great, Father Frank. Thank you for joining us today. This is my first time working with Father Frank. He's our guest correspondent. I want to thank everybody for tuning in with us today at Right Side Broadcasting. We're on the scene here at the Sanford Airport in Central Florida, where President Trump will deliver a Make America Great Again speech, his first since contracting COVID almost 2 weeks ago. This is his first public appearance, and we are anticipating what he has to say. So much going on as we have 3 weeks to go until the election. There's also the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett going on this week. So we're excited for what President Trump has to say. And you can tell with this crowd, this energy, I am very excited how this crowd is going to receive President Trump when he arrives on Air Force One in about 3 hours. So we are outside of the venue right now, guys. You can tell from the crowd, we are not inside. We will be cutting momentarily. We'll be cutting to the inside, so it'll be a little bit of a transition as we have to go through the media press line so that we can, do the security, all that stuff. But once we're inside, we will be reporting to you from the risers, and then we'll just basically do a countdown until President Trump arrives and takes the podium. But in the meantime, I want to give a shout out to everybody that's watching and everybody that has donated. Let me go ahead and read some of these super chats. Victor says, there are a ton of bots today. Trump will win 2020. Thank you for your super chat. We got Grey Wolf, who updated his membership. Thank you so much for supporting us. We've also got Dennis Ballone. We've got Margaret Michael says, Maggie and friends for Trump and for pro-life. Nancy Rosowski with a super chat. Thank you so much, Nancy. And Rough Water says, interview Paint the Trump. Paint the Trump is a friend of mine. I did talk to him. He told me he would be here, but, he's wearing a red hat just like everybody else. It's going to be very difficult to find him. It'd probably be much more likely to interview him if he finds us. But I would love to interview Paint the Trump. He does incredible work. He's an artist. Everybody around here knows who he is. His channel and his platform has blown up. So yes, Paint the Trump is a great guy, and he helps do a lot of work. For those of you that are subscribed to me on YouTube, you know that I attend a lot of the flag waves in Central Florida. There's been a rather impressive movement of patriots down here in Florida, from Daytona Beach to Tampa Bay, Clearwater, St. Petersburg, all throughout the state, the middle part of the state, that have been campaigning for this president, stomping the pavement, knocking on doors, hanging Trump signs. I see them in the overpasses on the freeway. Lots of people support this president, despite the fact the media continues to lie and say that Joe Biden is gaining ground and Joe Biden has widened his lead in the polls. And Joe Biden has not campaigned. Where's this coming from? Where's this coming from? Do people really change their mind over the debate? Really? I feel like we're so divided as a country. The debate didn't really change anybody's mind. You either loved the president or you hated him before that debate. So what really changed to where Biden has widened his gap? Seriously, anybody who's paid attention, because I know that the media narrative, of course, is that the president has not condemned white supremacy and blah, 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 and militia groups. That is a joke. That is a joke. And anyone with a set of eyeballs and common sense and that uses their own brain could do a simple Google search. It's on Google. And you can see that he's been condemning white supremacy and the Ku Klux Klan for decades. And not only that, he's got pictures of him with Rosa Parks. He's got pictures with Michael Jackson. He's got pictures with every rapper you can name. Are you telling me they were too stupid to know that they were taking photos with a racist? Now, on the contrary, nobody wants to talk about Joe Biden and his record with racism. All of the stuff he said, didn't want his kids to go to school in a racial jungle. He said poor kids are just as smart as white kids. He said if you don't vote for him, you ain't black. This is stuff that he said in the last year. But the media won't take him to task for it. No, they treat him with kid gloves. They're softballing questions for him. They're coddling him. They're protecting him. They don't want him to debate the president. And everybody can see it. People are catching on. And I would just say, just like with everything else, they accuse President Trump of being a racist while Joe Biden's actually a racist. They say Joe Biden's leading in the polls when in reality President Trump is leading on the ground. He's leading in reality on TV, on the TV screen with numbers, as CNN analysts tell you who's leading. They say that it's Biden, but if you count the number of people who support President Trump, then you can see that it is actually President Trump that's leading. So, guys, we are going to cut from out here and head inside because we do not want to miss the cutoff time for media reentry. So, at this time, I'm going to send it to the studio for our CEO, Joe Seals, to take over. Joe, back to you.
Just another Friday night in LA. We all getting down, feeling right. And there she is alone again in the corner, sipping on a glass of house red wine. As the band begins to play, she's grooving, letting music fill her soul. Nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you wanna, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows why she dances alone. There's a million things that it could be, from broken hearts to broken dreams, or getting tired of being left out one more time. To tell you the truth, your guess is as good as mine. Nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows. Is there something at home? Nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you want, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows she dances alone. Nobody knows why she dances alone. Said nobody knows.
energy in this venue, and it's packed. It is packed. When I say packed, I mean this might be the biggest rally since President Trump started holding them post-COVID. Now I see that we have 25,000 watching. I need 25,000 thumbs up. Please, everybody, give it a thumbs up and make sure you subscribe to RSBN. Hit the bell notification so you get notified every time we go live. It is your donations that send us to these events, and it's your support that allow us to continue showing this. I know that you can probably only see the back of my head because we're kind of bunched in here. Unfortunately, this is not ideal for us, but this is what we do as a company: is we adapt and we overcome. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. That's the name of the game here. We're going to make this work. Now, in our absence, I see that a ton of super chats have come in, so let me give some shout outs to Jeffrey. Thank you for your super chat. Also, the game here. We're going to make this work. For your super chat. Now, in our absence, I see that a ton of super chats have come in, so let me give some shout outs to Nicholas. Jeffrey, thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your super chat. Also, Maria, thank you for your super chat. We've also got. Sorry, Joe, we didn't tell you we were going live. Sorry about that. Nicholas, thank you for your super chat. Nicholas says, great coverage. Love and respect will unite the U.S., not division, hate and jealousy, and destruction. And we've got DD Righteous says, thanks, RSBN, Joe, and crew for the excellent coverage. We all love you guys. MAGA 2020. Thank you, and God bless. We appreciate you supporting us. We're almost entirely viewer funded, so your donations go a long way. President Trump is going to be in North Carolina tomorrow, then he's going to be in Iowa on Wednesday, on Wednesday he's going to be in Iowa, but tomorrow he's going to be in North Carolina. So it is imperative that you guys support us so we can go to all of these events. We got 3 weeks until we vote in this election, and we're the only media up here of all these. I would guess there's probably 60 cameras up here, and only one of these cameras is going to turn around and show the crowd. Can you guess which camera that is? That's right. We're here to tell the truth, guys, and show President Trump's rallies in their entirety. We're showing you the entire crowd. We're showing the line. We're showing the interviews. We're showing you everything, guys. Now, as much as we appreciate the super chats, YouTube does take 30% of them. If you want to donate directly to RSBN, you can go to our website. That is www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com/donate. That is a way to donate to us directly. If you want to mail a check, you can send it to RSBN at 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. So again, we've got 25,000 people watching. We need everybody watching right now to give us a thumbs up. Like, share, and subscribe. Hit the bell notification so you'll get notified every time we go live at one of President Trump's events. This week we're in sunny Central Florida, Sanford Airport to be exact. The Sanford Airport, just about 15 to 20 miles north of Orlando. And it is a packed house. There's probably at least 10,000 people in here already, with more starting to file in. It's a hot day and the risers are packed full of media, full of the press, as this is President Trump's first public appearance first public event. He's been in public, obviously, but his first public appearance, his first MAGA rally since being diagnosed with COVID more than a week ago. And he beat that virus like he beats everything else the media throws at him, everything else the Democrats throw at him. And so naturally there would be a big crowd here. Grace, what are your thoughts about the size of the crowd so far?
It is a massive rally today. Trump always has big rallies, but this one is exceptionally huge. There are so many red hats, so many different kinds of people. We have Floridians, we have people from other states here as well, and people are just so excited. This is a big day. I know I'm a little bit late on this news, but I just saw that Judge Amy Coney Barrett was officially sworn in during her confirmation hearing today. So I'm not sure what the rest of the steps are on that, but that is definitely big news because that would be the third Supreme Court justice that President Trump has sworn in his 3.5 years of presidency, which is pretty amazing and a huge win for the conservative movement because we always need more constitutionalists, more people who are pro-religious liberty and pro-liberty in general. The Democrats always say that they are for freedom and women's rights and liberation and things like that, but everything they do, it counteracts that. Everything they do is about control and controlling the American people. And the silent majority and just the regular Americans have reacted to that by supporting the president like this, and they've come out in such huge numbers. And I know that we probably can't pan the camera too much today because we have a ton of press on the risers. This is going to be a huge rally, especially because it is the president's first one post-COVID diagnosis and recovery. So with that, Trump, he's going to be speeding up his rally schedule, and he's going to be in Iowa and Pennsylvania this week. And I believe he said he's going to be doing at least one every single day up until the election. We're about 3 weeks out, 2.5, 3 weeks out, something like that. And we want to be here every step of the way. So if you could support Right Side Broadcasting by donating to our super chats and making sure that we get to all these rallies, because it is so important that we show you what the mainstream media will not show you. And they don't want to show you these crowds. They don't want to show you the enthusiasm. That's why we are the only ones out here interviewing people and panning the crowd and stuff like that. And another way that you guys can support us is by supporting our partner, iTarget. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter I, targetpro.com. itargetpro.com. Offer code SAVE10. It is so important that you guys are able to support us, and we will read off all of your donations coming up. We got a lot into our emails and a lot in on the super chats, and we love connecting with you guys and reading your stories and why you support the president, your favorite policies. We want to hear all of it because we want to hear from regular Americans like you guys and like us. So it's just so important that we get the message out. So send us your super chats, send us your emails, and we are happy to read them out loud. And Father Frank, what do you think of what's going on today?
This is so exciting, as all these rallies are. This place is full. I don't see where, either sitting or standing, another person could be added to this crowd here at the Sanford Airport in Sanford, Florida. And brothers and sisters, this is a movement. As we've said before, the president is running the most historic election campaign in American history. Now, we know that this is going on today right against the backdrop of the Amy Coney Barrett confirmation hearings in the United States Senate. This is a big motivator for voters. And as all of you talk to your friends and your fellow believers and your relatives and coworkers and your friends on social media, point this out, that right in the midst of the climax of this presidential race, we've got a justice of the Supreme Court in the process of being confirmed. Now, the president did his job, and 22 presidents in American history have faced the same situation where there was a vacancy on the Supreme Court right in the midst of a presidential election. And they all did the same thing. They nominated a president. They nominated a judge, just like President Trump has done. And then the Senate does its job, and the Senate is doing its job. We need to thank Senator Mitch McConnell, the majority leader in the Senate. He has been absolutely steadfast on the point that there will be no vacancies left behind. You know, when President Obama left office, he left behind all kinds of vacancies. I think there were something like 142 vacancies. And President Trump said, what? There's that many open seats? And, of course, that was a gift to us and to the patriots and to the conservative movement and the pro-life movement that President Trump was able to fill all those seats. He has been filling every vacancy, and a lot of the credit has to go to Senator Mitch McConnell. Now, he also is up for re-election this year. And another key senator, Mitch McConnell is from Kentucky, of course. Another key senator that's making sure that this confirmation process gets completed successfully is Senator Lindsey Graham. And Senator Graham from South Carolina is also in a re-election fight right now. It's a tight race, actually. It shouldn't be that tight. But here's what can put him over the edge, my friends. The judges and the work that he did in the Kavanaugh hearing when he was on the Judiciary Committee, and the work that he's doing now on the Barrett confirmation when he chairs that committee. We need to show him our thanks. And so among the many actions we need to take this week, one of them is to contact our United States senators and thank them. Thank the Republican senators for doing the job that they were elected to do and seeing this confirmation through to its completion. What a victory and what a motivating factor this is for voters. You know, in 2016, 1 in 5 voters in the presidential race said that the issue of the Supreme Court was their top motivating factor. And of those voters, 57% voted for President Trump. So the enthusiasm on this, and we see the same thing when it comes to pro-life issues, and of course the two are closely related, the courts and pro-life. We see that we have the advantage on our side. More people who consider the Supreme Court important vote for our side of the fence. And you see that in this crowd, too. Many of the people talking about the courts, holding signs that say, fill that seat, which, of course, the president and Senator McConnell and Senator Lindsey Graham and the other members of the committee are doing. By the way, I was on the phone just the other day with one of the female senators on the Judiciary Committee, Senator Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee. What a great witness she also is to the type of judges that we need on our courts, and she'll be doing her job this week as these hearings unfold. As I'm sure you know, today were the opening statements. Tomorrow and Wednesday will be key days as Judge Barrett faces a whole array of questions, and then supplementary witnesses will come forward on Thursday. What can happen is that the Democrats can call for a delay of 1 week before she's voted out of committee and onto the full floor. And so that could happen a week from Thursday, and the full Senate can then vote on this nomination the 26th through the 30th of October. So this is very dramatic. Just days before the election, we will see a seat filled on the court that will solidify a 6-3 majority on the court of conservative pro-life judges. And the philosophy here is really very simple to understand and to explain to others. It's the philosophy that a judge is supposed to be neutral. You know, that's why they wear black. They don't wear red robes, they don't wear blue robes, they wear black robes, because they are supposed to be neutral to the political ebb and flow on issues. That's why you're going to see Judge Barrett in these next couple of days. She'll be asked, what's your position on this, and how would you rule on that? And the only proper answer for a constitutionalist judge is to say, I cannot tell you how I'm going to rule on a case until I see the case. But I can tell you that when I do make my judgment, I will be applying the Constitution as it is written. I will not invent rights that are not in the Constitution. I will not try to rewrite it. If I believe a law has to be changed or a public policy has to be introduced, well, that's the job of the Congress. Article 1 of the Constitution gives lawmaking power to the Congress, not to the courts. And this is the great thing about the over 230, by the end of his term, it'll be 300 judges that President Trump has placed on the courts, that they are indeed going to stick to the law as written and not try to usurp the power of the legislative branch of government. This, brothers and sisters, is also a motivating factor for voters, because so many of the people here in this crowd, I mean, they remember a time when there was prayer in the public schools. They remember a time when there was Bible reading in the schools, where there were the Ten Commandments posted in the schools. And they know that that was taken away from the schools not because of a vote of the American people. That was taken away because of the courts. And again, judges who want to invent rights that aren't there. We have the opportunity now to see a great victory. And what people here are motivated by is they know that even if they don't like sometimes things the president says or the way he says them, or some people will say, oh, I don't like his tweets, I wish he wouldn't be tweeting so much. I personally don't mind it at all. But I would rather have a president whose tweets I don't like than whose judges I don't like. Those tweets will go away. The judges are going to be ruling and handing down decisions 30 and 40 years from now. So our great-grandchildren are going to be reading and be affected by decisions that Trump-appointed judges handed down. Now, two questions come up here, of course, in regard to the Democrat ticket. Why do Biden and Harris refuse to answer the question of whether they want to change the rules and add more justices to the Supreme Court? Because if they do that, and that's what court packing is, then they could just put in the kind of liberal judges they want all in one fell swoop. Oh, let's add 6 more judges. Then we have a solid majority. The American people don't like that, because the American people like to have some kind of say, and they like to have some kind of balance in the judicial system, and they like to see the courts above the legislative and political process. It's supposed to be above the legislative and political process. But if you have people like in the Democrats talking about court packing and expanding the members of the court so that they can put their people in there all in one fell swoop, that's not putting it above the political and legislative process. That's putting it right in the middle of it. And, we need more stability in our system. We need more balance. And the court, doesn't have enforcement power. It doesn't have military power. The courts only have the power of judgment. It's in a sense the weakest, supposed to be the weakest of the 3 branches of government. You have a crowd here today very motivated by the Supreme Court. And let's not just let the focus be on the Supreme Court. Let's remember it's all the other federal courts as well. So, Mike, what do we have? What's the latest?
Thank you, Father Frank. I'm just going to read some of the super chats as they've been coming in pretty quickly here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We've got some new members also, too. I need to make sure I stay on top of that, because as I say time and time again, guys, we are almost entirely viewer funded, and every time I say that, we tend to get a lot more donations. So I want to make sure that I give you guys shout outs and recognize you and acknowledge your contribution. We got Mia Leone as a new member. Thank you. We got Amber Pride 7777 says, love Father Frank, thank you RSBN. We've got EF says, MAGA from all the Pepes and centipedes that the Donald win 24/7. I lost the end of that message, sorry, but thank you for your super chat. We've also got, hold on. See, my phone starts messing up when we get in here, but for those of you that sent super chats and they disappeared, we appreciate you. Thank you. We want to thank you for tuning in with us today at the President Trump rally here in Sanford, Florida. We are about 2 hours away from President Trump's arrival here at the Sanford International Airport in Central Florida. This is his first rally since he was diagnosed with COVID-19 or contracted COVID-19. I don't even want to say diagnosed. It makes it sound like it's something permanent. Obviously, he beat that thing in under a week, and they hate it, of course. It's funny that they talk about his health all the time. Oh, he drinks too many Diet Cokes, he eats McDonald's, he's not healthy. Well, when he was sick and in the hospital, he was doing better than Joe Biden on his best day. So riddle me that one. Also, for him to get out of the hospital in under a week and be back on the campaign trail holding rallies, I think we can put to bed the whole idea that the media says that he's not healthy. Now, this crowd, I want to let you guys know, this crowd is fired up. They were chanting CNN sucks, because I believe Jim Acosta is over here And it's really a disgrace that the mainstream media, they have their own risers. There's no crowd over there. It's just them. They're all spaced out perfectly. They can stretch out. Here, we're all bunched in with the rest of the local news and other independent outlets, and it's really unfair. We should have that prime real estate where CNN is. I mean, I know some people say, oh, it's not fair, it's not right to chant CNN sucks. I'm like, people are chanting it for a reason. Did they not earn that reputation? Have they not been lying for decades? Did they not lie us into wars? Did they not lie about Charlottesville and lie about all this other stuff? Like, people have literally died because they fanned the flames of hysteria and division. So I think they deserve that kind of hostility. And quite frankly, I mean, it's the First Amendment. You can say what you want to say, but the crowd is letting them know what they think of them. And if we weren't buried behind all these other cameras, they would probably see us back here and start cheering for us. But there's a beautiful Back the Blue flag over here, a thin blue line flag. This is the first time I've seen one of these at a MAGA rally, so it's kind of awesome to see. It's kind of awesome to see that. But we got a big thin blue line flag. You got several American flags here. There's just the spirit of patriotic energy at this venue. I see we've got some more super chats that have come in. Lomi Castro says crazy coffee shop. Okay, thank you for your super chat. We've also got MBS something says MAGAplace.com Trump friendly chat room supports RSBN. Thank you very much. Got Rondo Slice says, Mike, you didn't shout out Karen and Chuck from Pittsburgh. I hope you remember me. Well, shout out to Karen and Chuck from Pittsburgh. God bless you. Thank you for supporting us. Sorry, I can't remember everybody. I would, if I could go down the list and everyone said, give me a shout out on air, I would absolutely do it. But you also have to understand, that's like thousands of people. We could dedicate a whole show just to our supporters. And trust me, I would love to do it, but realistically, we just can't. Don Bratham, thank you for your super chat. Also, I think there was another one that came in, but I might have missed it. God bless you. Thank you for everyone that's tuned in. Thank you for everyone that's supporting us. We've got just under 2 hours until President Trump arrives. I see we've got 31,000 watching, and we've got 24,000 likes. Everybody watching right now, give this stream a thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up right now. Just do it. Support us, because we are the only media that finish all the speakers, the Pledge of Allegiance, everything, the prayer, the crowd size, when all of President Trump's speech start to finish, and that's what we do here. So the more people that see this, the more people are going to see the truth. The more people are going to see what President Trump has to say, as opposed to what the media said he said.
Whoa! All right, Sanford! Come on, Trump! Are you ready? Are you ready? Wow! Praise the Lord. Come on, somebody. I said, praise the Lord. Well, this is a great honor to stand before the people of the United States one more time to bring the prayer for my president. That's right, the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln. Donald John Trump. Tonight, this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are here so that America and the world will know that no bug, no virus, no lies gonna keep my president down. Come on. No lies are gonna keep my president down. I thank God tonight that Donald J. Trump has truly been anointed and appointed for such a time as this. The American revival, the Renaissance, the rise of the United States of America begins tonight in Sanford, Florida. The world will be on notice that we, the people of the state of Florida, are here to pray. The United States of America was a nation formed and bathed in prayer. Amen, somebody. John Quincy Adams said that our country and our Constitution was written only for a moral and religious people. It is totally inadequate without any other. And no one in this crowd is deplorable. No one in this crowd is irredeemable. Come on, somebody. No one is irredeemable. Our Lord Jesus Christ came. He bled and he died for all. And I thank God that Donald Trump has been raised again and been given an extension of life like the prophet Hezekiah was given 15 more years. I said 15 more years. That'll drive the media nuts. Where are they? You look at this guy right here, and I'm saying 15 more years. That's his life being extended. Those of you that are Bible students understand what I'm talking about. I pray to God that they'll film me and put me on TV, because I was the guy that gave the invocational prayer when Melania read the Lord's Prayer. But they cut my face off because I didn't fit the narrative. But God knows that I fit the narrative. I am an American, a proud American. Glory be to God. And I'm here to let you know that I'm going to be the next state representative for the great state of Florida for House District 27. You're here today. You can simply go to votebarnaby.com. Votebarnaby.com. You got to vote for Barnaby to be the next state representative. And I'm voting for Donald J. Trump and Mike Pence as the next president and vice president of these United States. All right, everybody, here we go, here we go. Let me tell you right now, there was 3 people at Calvary's Hill. There was one in the middle. He died for the whole world. But there was one guy that recognized that he wasn't perfect. He recognized that he needed help. And he turned to Jesus and he said, "Remember me when you go into your kingdom." And the Lord, while he was dying, turned to that thief on the cross and said, "This day you will be with me in paradise." So I'm here to declare right now, ladies and gentlemen of the great state of Florida, like that thief on the cross, I want you to lift your hands right now and simply say, "Lord, remember me." All right, bow your heads. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, we offer this prayer to you, Lord, on behalf of our President Donald J. Trump, a man that you called for such a time as this, a man that had the courage to move the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Come on, somebody. A man that recognized that this nation is one nation, not 3 nations, one nation, united, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A man that recognized through his policies that we can make America great again, who understands that the God of heaven is no respecter of persons, but that if we acknowledge him, he will bless this land. So, Father, we thank you tonight that you've healed our land. You've removed the plague of corona in the name of Jesus. I call it done in the name of Jesus, because tonight you will see evidence of a strong man in Donald J. Trump, a man that's recovered. So right now I'm asking you all to cast out all fears and all doubt. Remove fear from this nation in the mighty name of Jesus. We plead your blood for this rally to be a success, that the news media and the world will recognize that the United States of America has its best days ahead of us. And now we thank you in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen. God bless you all.
Please welcome Amy Lee Stuckey for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Just stay on that X, please.
Pardon?
Up the stairs to the X.
Okay.
Wow, to follow the next congressman from District 27, Webster Barnaby. But you know what? It's okay, because I'm going to lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. American patriots, are you ready to pledge allegiance to the flag of the greatest country this world has ever known? All right, let's do this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome Sophia Yvette Ellis for our nation's national anthem.
Good evening, America! Good to see you tonight. Do you love this nation? One nation under God. Well, I know you do, so I want you to join me in singing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Yes, it was. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free for the land of the free, for the land of the free, and the home of the brave. God bless America! One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless you.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Leo Valentin.
Please plan on
How's everyone doing tonight? Let's try that one more time. How's Central Florida doing tonight? How is America doing tonight? I'm Dr. Leo Valentin, and it is the greatest honor of my life to be your Republican candidate for this district, District 7 in Central Florida, and to welcome back our President, Donald J. Trump. You know, I grew up in Puerto Rico, and we have a great Puerto Rican community and a great Hispanic community right here in Central Florida. And as I'm sure you all know, Hispanics are supporting President Trump in record numbers. As the grandson of a Korean War veteran, I want a big round of applause for all our veterans here today, our law enforcement officers. Thank you for your service. Thank you. You know, when we decided to run, we focused on three key principles. The principle of individual liberty, the principle of fighting against socialism and big government. Because socialism needs big government and big government needs socialism. So we have to stand strong against those two. And at the end of the day, what all of here are for is fighting for a level playing field. A level playing field of opportunities for all Americans so that they can achieve their own American dream, so that they can work hard and succeed and live the American dream with all of us together. You know, unfortunately, the Democrats have taken the Hispanic vote and the Hispanic community for granted. For example, my opponent, Stephanie Murphy, votes 95% of the time with Nancy Pelosi. And if that wasn't enough, she votes 91% of the time with the Squad. And she also voted to impeach our President, Donald J. Trump, and that's unacceptable. So with your vote and your support, we can hold another Washington politician accountable. Someone that campaigned against impeachment and later voted to impeach our president. And we're going to hold them accountable. Our president built the most inclusive economy in the history of our country. As a doctor, a former hospital CEO, I'm proud to fight alongside him to help us recover and rebuild our great country. And now I'd like to say a few words in Spanish. Estamos agradecidos de la visita de nuestro presidente aquí a Sanford. La comunidad hispana lo respalda porque entiende lo que son oportunidades económicas, entiende lo que necesitamos para progresar y ha respaldado, como muchos líderes republicanos que están aquí hoy, nuestras libertades y la oportunidad de progreso para nuestra comunidad. So, thank you all. God bless you all. It has been my greatest honor to be here with all of you today, all of you. So remember, on November 3rd, and now throughout early voting, we're counting on you so that we can achieve 4 more years.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Oh, hello, Central Florida. We got some fighters in the crowd. We got some warriors, baby. I'm Matt Gaetz, Florida man, Florida congressman, Nancy Pelosi's worst nightmare. And in Congress, I fight like hell for our president so that he can fight like hell for America. Kind of feels tonight like I came to a Donald Trump rally and a great American revival broke out. And that's right, former President Obama. We cling to our guns and our Bibles in Florida, and we're proud of both. You see, in Florida, we love our God, we love our military and our veterans and our first responders and our law enforcement and our anthem and our flag, and we love that Donald J. Trump is the President of the United States. You know, I see our friends in the media back there all wearing their masks, and I think that's okay, but do us this one favor. When we win this election again, please take the mask off because we want to see the look on your face when we shock the world. My fellow Americans, come join us. Come join our movement. We are the folks fighting for joy, to build up our country, to ensure that we have better jobs, higher wages. We don't want to lock America down. We want to open America up. And here in Florida, I feel the momentum. Oh, we're going to win this state so big because we have so many of our fellow Floridians who are only 1 or 2 generations removed from real socialism. Not like the Bernie Sanders, drum circle, hacky sack game socialism, the socialism where there's no food, no bread, no medicine. And so I could think of no better place than the Sunshine State to declare that America will never be a socialist country, not on our watch. But we need you. Greatest country in the world. But we need each and every one of you. When I'm out in the country, folks come up to me and they say, we see the way our president has to push back against all the Democrats, most of the media, even some of the Republicans. What can I do to make sure that we continue to put our country and our people first? And we need you to get out there and turn out every last vote. Can we count on you? You see, This is the most powerful political movement in our country because we tell the truth, that America is at our best when we invest in our country and our people. And we're not going back to the days of invading every country and inviting every illegal immigrant across our border and impoverishing every town in our country with bad trade deals. This is Donald Trump's party, and I am a Donald Trump Republican. So for the next few days, you'll hear the lying media and the vicious left say that we have no chance, that they've got this one in the bag. But you know what? If you do everything you're supposed to do, if you share your content, if you share your blessings and ideas, and if you are that great American light and that joy that invites people in, we will be the movement that prevails on Election Day, and we will give our transformational president even more opportunity to drain that swamp in Washington. You know, I don't know why the left's so mad all the time. They're burning stuff down, tearing stuff apart, destroying the cities that they lead. But never forget this. America is the greatest country that has ever existed in all of human history. Don't ever let some spoiled celebrity or athlete or socialist politician tell you otherwise. God bless you. God bless our president and our movement. Let's go earn victory. Let's go get them. Go get him, man.
All right, brother.
Please welcome to the stage Congressman Mike Waltz.
Hey, how about our Congressman Matt Gaetz? So my name is Congressman Mike Waltz. My district starts about 5 minutes up I-4 and runs all the way up to the great city of Daytona, beaches, NASCAR, all kinds of fun, and then up to St. Augustine. I have the real honor of taking Ron DeSantis's, our now great governor's seat, in Congress when he went to go be a great governor in Tallahassee to lead Florida forward. I've got some big shoes to fill. They're Navy shoes, and mine are Army, but that's okay. How many veterans we have out there tonight? Airborne. I've lived the American dream in the greatest country in the world, and I've seen a lot of bad countries around the world. Single mom, struggling. She graduated college the same time I did. Took her 15 years, took me 4. And eventually, I had the real honor through all of that, growing up on the poorest side of Jacksonville, fighting our way forward to be the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. But only in America did that kind of thing happen. And guess what? The left wants to take that away. The left is going to kill that American dream. Where unelected bureaucrats, they get to decide your money, your freedoms, where you go, what you worship, what kind of judges you get, all led by Nancy Pelosi and the squad in the House of Representatives. Well, guess what? We're going to take the House back. We've got a campaign going on called Florida Warriors, and it's all our House candidates that are fighting forward to take the House back and send Pelosi back to California. But let me tell you what, folks. Let me tell you. Congressman Gaetz and I see every day what America will look like under a Pelosi squad, left-wing led America. And I'll be damned. Not over my dead body. That's not what I almost died for as a Green Beret. Let me ask you a question. Do you want that America? Or do you want President Trump's America? Let me ask you a question. Just answer. Give me a Trump or a Biden. Who has stood up to China, fought back this virus, record-breaking vaccine research, and is going to kick this virus's ass. Trump or Biden? Who's given us justice reform after 4 decades of the Democrats asking for it? Trump or Biden? Who's given us tax reform, more money in your pockets? Trump or Biden? Who's given us veterans reform that my veterans out there have been asking for? Trump or Biden? And I'll just keep going. Space Force, Israel, Baghdadi, Soleimani, and the hits keep going on and on and on, all led by President Trump. And let me tell you, as a Green Beret, let's go. Let's go. This stuff out there that this president doesn't support the United States military is just a bunch of crap. It's a bunch of garbage. I served overseas. I fought overseas under Biden Obama's military. We didn't have the equipment we needed. He tied our hands with restrictive rules of engagement. Sadly, I had to lead the search for Bo Bergdahl. You remember Bergdahl? You remember Obama, Biden trading terrorists for that traitor? And we lost good men looking for him. Good men. This president supports our veterans. He supports our Gold Star families. He supports our military. He's given us the equipment that we need. And you know what? He lets us do our job so we kick ISIS, Iran, and anybody else who threatens his country's ass. Period. Let me tell you just a quick story about a real hero of mine. We have a lot of Latinos for Trump out here. Let me hear you. This was Captain Rocky Versace. Captain Versace was captured fighting off a North Vietnamese horde in Vietnam, completely surrounded. As a great officer, he was the last man standing so his men could escape, but he was captured. He was squirreled off into the jungle. He was tortured. The North Vietnamese treated him horribly. But you know what? The more they tortured him, the more he fought back. The more they turned the screws, the more they told him to kiss off. This is all through witnesses. He tried to escape 4 times. Every time they captured him, they treated him worse. He tried again. He never stopped fighting. In fact, the last anybody saw of Captain Versace, he was being drugged into a torture hall singing "God Bless America." Guess what? Captain Versace was of Puerto Rican descent. He was the first one to receive the Medal of Honor, and he was the first POW ever to receive the Medal of Honor. And I am proud to call him a fellow American. I'm proud to call every Hispanic I've ever fought alongside an amazing American. And Hispanics are absolutely supporting this president. But folks, it's not just our veterans that this president supports. Let me see my law enforcement out there. First responders, stand up and be heard. I want you to hear a couple of things loud and clear. Stand up. This president backs our blue. And I want you to hear something loud and clear that I know everybody behind me, Congressman Gates, Governor DeSantis, and certainly President Trump, to everyone out there right now keeping us safe, all those men and women out here keeping us safe, keeping the media safe, keeping our president safe, keeping our community safe, strapping on that badge every morning, every night to stand between us and the bad guys. You know what? I want you to hear loud and clear, we have your back. We 100% have your back. I see you guys out there. I see you gals out there. Thank you. When I come home from combat, who's keeping my family safe? They are. Last thing, I had a deal with my teammates, with my fellow Green Berets. For those of us, and it breaks my heart every day that I wake up, I didn't bring all of them home. We had a deal with each other that if we didn't make it back, we'd take care of the kids, each other's kids. Fighting in Congress is part of my deal to take care of their kids. Fighting in Congress is to keep the American dream alive for their kids. I wear a bracelet every day for one of my Green Berets that I lost, and when I put it on in the morning, I look in the mirror and tell myself to be worthy. Be worthy. Everybody out here, we should all be worthy of those men and women in blue and those men and women in uniform that are out there fighting for us day in and day out. Be worthy. I promise you this, and I know I can speak for them too. We will fight as hard for you in Washington as we fought for you in combat. Guarantee it. Promise it. This president will keep fighting. We will keep fighting. You must keep fighting. You are the soldiers in this war for the future of our country. But we're going to settle this by voting. We're going to settle this in the ballot box. We're going to settle this in 3 weeks on November 3rd to get this president elected for 4 more years to keep America great. Because I'll be damned if I'm going to have those kids growing up in a country led by democratic socialists or in a world led by Chinese communists. God bless you. I salute you. Let's keep America great.
Please welcome to the stage Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Well, hello, Florida. How we feeling? Oh my God, Florida is God's country and Florida is Trump country. It is so great to see so many patriots out here today. I absolutely love it. And when I look out into this crowd, do you know what I see? 4 more years. From boat parades in Jupiter and Tampa to highway cruises in Miami, there is nothing, absolutely nothing that Democrats can do to slow us down. You ask me why? I'll tell you. Because we love our country and we love President Trump. President Trump has delivered the promise of the American dream to this country, and we will deliver for him on November 3rd. It's coming, folks. He built the greatest economy the world has ever known, an economy that lifted everyone up, all Americans. And as commander-in-chief, he always puts America first. President Trump is the law and order president, keeping this country safe and keeping it strong. This is a president who is literally brokering peace in the Middle East. They said it couldn't be done. But once again, they were wrong. And now as this election approaches,
It's just a few days essentially away, 20 days, before we recapture this country again and deliver President Trump to the White House. As Americans, you will have a major choice to make, a fundamental choice that will affect and impact this country and our children and future generations for years to come. Do you want Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the rest of the socialists? They want to fundamentally change this nation. They want open borders, closed schools, dangerous amnesty for illegal aliens, and they want to suffocate our economy with a $4 trillion tax hike. Let's shut them down. They will defund, dismantle, and destroy America's law enforcement. And when you are in trouble, and you need the beautiful, amazing men and women that serve this country in law enforcement, don't count on the Democrats. Rioters must not be allowed to destroy our cities, and human, sex, and child and drug traffickers should not be allowed to cross our borders. Trump will keep them out. And the same socialist policies which destroyed places, beautiful, amazing, prosperous countries like Cuba and Venezuela, must not take root in our cities and in our schools, and Trump will make sure it does not happen. If you want to see the socialist Biden-Harris future for our country, just take a look at the states where all Florida's new residents are pouring in from, the People's Republic of New York and the People's Republic of California. We don't want that. These were places of immense wealth, immeasurable innovation, and spectacular beauty. Yet the Democrats have managed to turn them into a land of discarded heroin needlers, drug dealers in parks, unsafe schools and communities, riots in streets, rolling blackouts, and massive fires tearing apart California. Do you want that here in Florida? Do we want that here in America? In President Trump's America, we light things up. We don't dim them down. We build them up. We don't burn them down. We kneel in prayer before God in church, and we stand for our flag. This election is a battle for the heart and soul of this country, and President Trump is our warrior holding the line. Will you stand for him? Will you stand for this country? Will you stand for law enforcement? Will you stand for our military? Will you stand for our children and future generations that want to live their American dream? That is what President Trump stands for, and that is what we will vote for on November 3rd. Just look at Nancy Pelosi. I got more. So it was okay for her to open a business so she could get her hair done. But when it comes to your family putting food on the table for your children, she wants to shut it down. She wouldn't even show up for a bill supporting struggling families and businesses in America. Where is America's stimulus, Nancy? And instead of trying to bail out your failed policies, it's time for you to do something for this country. And on November 3rd, we will retire Nancy Pelosi. We will take the gavel out of our hands, and we will take back the House. Bye, Felicia. Bye, crying Chuck. Bye, crazy Nancy. You see, because there's a fundamental difference and a binary choice in this country. They want to destroy this country and everything that we have fought for and that we hold dear. They want to steal your liberty. They want to steal your freedom and your American dream. Because they want to control you, what you see, what you think, and what you believe, so they can control how you live. Shut them down. They want to enslave you and make you believe that you are weak, that you are dependent. They want you to adhere to their liberal victim ideology to the point that you will not recognize yourself and you won't recognize this country. Will you stand against this? Will you stand with Trump? Will you stand for America? Will you stand for the flag? Will you stand for our Constitution? Let's live the American dream. And from the beginning, when President Trump spoke about making America great again, he was speaking about that shining city on a hill and restoring the beacon of light that once shone so bright. His promise was to put America first, and he has. And when President Trump cut middle-class taxes, putting tens of thousands of dollars back in the pockets of hard-working class Americans, the forgotten men and women in this country, the deplorables, and as Hillary Clinton said, the irredeemables, who stood for us? Trump. President Trump has made that beacon of light flicker bright once again. And when President Trump commanded the defeat of ISIS, took out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, and paved the way for peace in the Middle East, counted 3 Nobel Peace Prize nominations. That beacon started to glow again. And when he negotiated historic trade deals with Canada, Mexico, Japan, and Canada, bringing thousands of manufacturing jobs back into this country, into the United States of America. That beacon shone bright once again for the entire world to see the exceptionalism of the United States of America. So America, it's all on the line, and I like our odds. Because President Trump believes in you. He believes in you, in each and every one of you. He believes in your right to provide for your families and to pursue your American dream. Because you are beautiful, you are capable, you are powerful, and you have the ability to choose the life you want to live in this country. You will choose and determine your destiny under President Trump. And like my parents who came before me, we can all achieve our American dream. But it is a dream that we must continue to fight and protect. You can be that shining example to the world by standing up and voting. Let them hear your voice on November 3rd. Get your family, get your friends to vote. This election is about you, the American people. Don't let them cheat you out of your destiny, out of your life, out of your American dream. Stand and fight and protect it November 3rd. Manifest and be the change in this country that you dream, that you hope, that you believe in for your family, and stand for an American president who is fearless, what a warrior, courageous, that loves this country, who believes in you, And who will fight for this country? Let's hold the line with President Trump. President Trump is a leader who will rebuild the promise of America and ensure that every citizen can realize their American dream. And I say to you, Florida, God bless you for delivering President Trump in 2016. Let's get it done in 2020. God bless you. God bless America. God bless President Trump, because the best is yet to come. USA, USA. Woo! Thank you, Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our Governor, Ron DeSantis.
Hello, Central Florida. Are you ready? Well, God bless you guys for coming out. I'm excited. You know, I thought about, given today and the holiday, that back in 1492, the Spanish had a flag that they would fly on their ship with an inscription that read in Latin, Ne plus ultra. And that meant nothing beyond, because they believed at the time that Spain was the furthest place west on the face of the earth. Well, Christopher Columbus sailed and found new discoveries in the Western world and obviously set the stage eventually for the founding of our country. But when word got back to Queen Isabella of Spain, she ordered that the flags be changed to plus ultra, which means more out there. And I think we look at our country, there's more out there for our country to achieve. We've made America great, but we can be greater still. And I think the possibilities for our country in this election are there, but ultimately we have to choose. Do we want to continue making good progress and making strides, or do we want to embrace American decline as represented by the likes of Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer? And I think that decline will be in a number of different ways, but I think one of the touchstone issues now in this election concerns our judicial branch in the U.S. Supreme Court. The Republicans in the Senate have a task in front of them, and they need to answer the call, and they need to fill that seat and confirm Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the U.S. Supreme Court. And she's a great nominee, very impressive legal intellect, great resume, great mother with 7 kids, which, you know, we have 3, and that ain't easy. So I can only imagine what she's got to do. And she should be confirmed. But, you know, the Democrats are going to cry. They're going to complain. They're going to say it's not fair. But at the end of the day, it wasn't fair when they smeared Judge Bork in 1987. It wasn't fair when they smeared Clarence Thomas in 1991, who's a great justice. And it wasn't fair when they smeared Brett Kavanaugh in 2018. So I don't care what they think is fair. We're going to confirm her, and they're just going to have to deal with it. Now they say, wait a minute, you can't fill a seat, you can't fill a seat, this is crazy, you can't do it. And I think about their whining, and, you know, I almost think about my daughter who's 3 years old. One of her favorite things to do is to play board games. She likes Candyland. And
She always wants to win. And man, when she wins, she's just so happy. But when she doesn't win, she cries. And I tell her, Madison, you can't cry when you lose. You just got to try to win next time. But she's still at that age. She doesn't quite understand that. But I don't think the Democrats have learned that lesson now. They're mad that they didn't get a justice in 2016. Well, guess what? They lost the Senate in 2014. If they would have won, they would have had a justice. They had a chance to win the presidential election in 2016. They lost the presidency. They lost the House. And they lost the Senate in 2016. And then in 2018, this great Democrat wave, everyone said, and they not only didn't take the Senate back, Republicans gained 2 seats in the Senate in 2018. So don't tell me it's not fair when you lose election after election and then you think you should be able to make these decisions. I don't think so. But here's why it's important. I think Barrett's going to be confirmed, but what Joe Biden will not answer is a very simple question. Because you guys didn't get your way, because you guys couldn't win those elections, and because justices were put on consistent with the law and Constitution, are you going to take your ball and go home and try to pack the court by adding new justices and putting it liberal activists on so that you can make the court an appendage of the Democrat Party? Are you going to do that, Joe? Yes or no? Answer the question. But he won't answer the question. And not only will he not answer the question, he recently said the American people don't deserve to know the answer to that question. So again, decline is a choice. If we want to see our institutions fail, if we want to see the independent judiciary destroyed, then just hand the reins over to Schumer and Biden, and these guys will do this, and the country will never be the same again. But we're not going to let that happen, are we? And oh, by the way, you know, we have a media in this country that really thinks highly of themselves. They think that they are the guardians of the democracy. They think that they're firefighters. They think they're searching for truth. Well, to answer me this, if you're such a guardian of democracy, why can't you get an answer to a simple question? Will you pack the court or no? But the media doesn't want an answer to that question because they know what the answer is, and they know that if the answer is out there, that Joe Biden will lose this election. So they're running interference for them and the Democrats, which is their party. We're not going to let them win. They were against us in 18 and 16 and every other election. So we're going to make sure that we don't have an independent judiciary destroyed and we don't have Biden packing the court. Another thing that's on the ballot, I think, is whether our country should be shut down. Biden has said if some scientist tells him to shut it down, he's going to shut down the country. That would ruin millions of lives. It would cost many lives. I think we're seeing with some of that. And it's totally unacceptable given what we know now. We cannot let that happen. If you look at the difference, Florida people can go to school. You can go to a store. You can do all these things. We're not going to let them shut our schools. We're not going to let them close our businesses. We are not going to let them shut down this country. The other choice we have is whether we want our country dedicated to law and order, or whether we want to see the rioting and the looting continue. I can tell you President Trump has stood by the men and women of law enforcement. When rioting broke out in June, Joe Biden was silent. Kamala Harris was actually bailing people out who had been caught rioting, sending them out of Minneapolis. And so as these American cities were ablaze, Biden didn't step up. He didn't exercise any leadership, because the fact of the matter is he wasn't really opposed to what they were doing. Now he says he is, but when it counted, he didn't lift a finger. And I can tell you this, here, we were not going to put up with that. I called up the National Guard immediately. But we're not just going to rest on our laurels here. I don't want to play whack-a-mole. And so I've unveiled the strongest anti-looting, anti-rioting, pro-law enforcement piece of legislation in the country. And we're going to pass this. And it says some things very simply. It tells any of our local governments, if you defund law enforcement, then the state's going to defund you. And if local government is led by a spineless mayor like that mayor of Minneapolis, where they tell law enforcement to stand down and they let people get harmed and property be destroyed, well, we're going to waive sovereign immunity, and if you are harmed, you can sue that local government for your damages. We also need to increase penalties. I look around in places like Portland, they get arrested, they get a mugshot, and then they're back on the street the next day doing the same damn thing. In Florida, it's going to be a very simple message. If you loot, you're going to jail. If you riot, you're going to jail. And if you assault one of our law enforcement officers, you are going to jail. So we are a law and order state, and we need a law and order POTUS. We need the president reelected because we can't let the radical left empower this behavior. Now, I have a couple questions, and I need you to speak up because I do need to hear you clearly. But will you, over these next few weeks, go to the polls and make your voice heard? Will you convince friends, families, and neighbors to do the same? Will you support all of our Republican candidates that are running down ballot? And finally, will you storm the voting booths to re-elect Donald Trump, President of the United States? And if you do that, and if you get your friends and your families and your neighbors, I can tell you, on election night, when all the people in the media are licking their chops because they want to see the president defeated, the minute that Florida starts to turn and we get the vote in and the panhandle comes in, you're going to see all the smiles at CNN turn to tears, and they're going to cry. And we're going to have a great election night. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. God bless everybody. Leave it up here.
Right Side Broadcasting. We just finished up seeing our special guest speakers of the night. We saw a word from Matt Gaetz and Kimberly Guilfoyle and the wonderful governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. So we are very grateful to see them. And I just wanted to talk about a word about our partner, iTarget. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus the ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter itargetpro.com, itargetpro.com, offer code SAVE10. And as you guys know, we are almost 100% viewer funded, and we pretty much rely on your guys' donations to get to all of the rallies, and we will be at all the rallies coming up, and we need your support to make that happen. We have Pennsylvania and Iowa coming up soon, and President Trump has announced that he's trying to do a rally every single day, and as we saw in 2016, he's been doing them multiple times a day. So if you could donate to us, we will read off your message on camera, and you can do that via our super chat on YouTube. You can also do it on our website, which is rightsidebroadcastingnetwork.com/donate, or you can mail a check to RSBN, which the address is 1550-1550 Opelika, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344 in Auburn, Alabama, 36830. So we appreciate all of your guys' support, and we are just awaiting the president's arrival. He is scheduled to be here at 7 p.m., so that means we're about 34 minutes out if he is on time, and we saw on Twitter about an hour ago that he is on his way here. So he should be here anytime now, very shortly. We had an all-star lineup just a few minutes ago to intro his great comeback from recovering from the coronavirus. And if you listen to the left, nobody recovers from the coronavirus. They don't want to tell you how many Americans recover from getting the virus. But President Trump has done it, and he is coming back stronger than ever. That is why this crowd is so riled up. I hope you guys could hear when you were watching the speakers how loud they were. This is an energetic crowd. I've been to a lot of energetic rallies, but this one is off the charts, honestly. It is. People are so excited. They are done with the left. They are ready to vote. They want to vote in person. They want to oversee the polls, tell their friends, tell their families, and we recommend all of you guys do that too. Go tell your friends and family to vote in person, and make sure that we re-elect President Trump. It is urgent that we do that. The stakes are so high. The stakes were high in 2016, but we also did not know as much as we know now. And the fact that we know as much as we know now about the left and how corrupt they are and why we need to get them out of office, we need to make it happen. We need to make sure that we take back the House. We only need 17 more House seats in order to get Nancy Pelosi out of the House and get a Republican speaker. And it looks like Air Force One might be coming in. I don't know. The people are looking at something, but I'm going to hand it back over to Mike.
Yes, thank you, Grace. She's doing a great job here, guys. Wow, we had a lot of speakers lined up, but I need to get back in here and give some shout outs to everybody that's been donating. I see that the super chats were rolling in while we had Ron DeSantis and Matt Gaetz and Kimberly Guilfoyle and so many other great speakers talking. So let me give you guys some shout outs here. We got My Peace at Vietnamese America for Trump, Pence 2020. Bucolic Buffalo, I think. You guys and gals are great. Keep it up, Trump 2020. Salima Fia, thank you for your super chat. George Lincoln Rockwell said, let's go. We've also got Marissa Taylor, thank you for your super chat. We got Don with a super chat. Patrick Walsh said, Trump 2020, Veterans for Trump 2020. We got May Zhu, thank you for your super chat. AM Star said, RSBN rocks. Love the pregame show before President Trump arrives. Thank you. And we got Bob T said, hey, right side, I would donate this donation X 100 times if you start broadcasting Biden rallies and show the crowds there. No one else will show the pathetic showings. Then Biden's crowds could be broadcast on Waffle House security cam. We don't need our cameras there. It's a waste of time and a waste of money. With that said, to cover President Trump's rallies, it costs a lot of money, upwards of $10,000 per attendee. It's a lot, and we are almost entirely viewer funded. If you like what you're seeing, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate and support us. President Trump's going to be in North Carolina tomorrow. Then he's going to be in Iowa Wednesday. He's going to be somewhere else Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and beyond. They have not been announced yet, but trust me, they will. And by next week, we anticipate there will be 2 to 3 per day. Your donations get us there. If you want to see the crowd, if you want to see the line, if you want to see interviews, if you want to see President Trump's message start to finish with no interruption, no media spin, just pure uninterrupted coverage of President Trump rallies, you must support us. You can support us via Super Chat. You can support us via rsbnetwork.com. You can mail a check to our physical address. But please support RSBN. This is the only way that we can go to President Trump's rallies, and we would like to send multiple camera ops, multiple correspondents. That costs money. Hotel stays, rental cars, plane tickets. It's very expensive. So please make sure you support us. rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also mail a check to our physical address. It's 1550 Opelika Road, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Now, we've got 64,000 people watching right now and only 32,000 likes. I cannot stress the importance of why you should like this stream. If you're watching this stream, you need to give it a thumbs up because that's the only way more people will see it. You want to get the president reelected, well, you got to share the only media outlet that's going to show his rallies. If you think people should see it, if it's important to you, then give this video, this stream, a thumbs up right now. Share it with your friends, your family. Get it on social media. Also, subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting. Hit the bell notification so you get notified every single time we go live. It is critical. We have 3 weeks until we re-elect this president. They're saying he's down in the polls. I don't care what you think about the polls. You can say they're fake all day, but you need to take them seriously. We cannot leave anything to chance. We cannot get complacent. So make sure that you share the only media outlet that's going to show the crowd, that's interviewing people. Look, we got 2 cameras showing you the crowd. No other media up here. There's like 70 cameras up here on the risers. We're doing anything but social distancing up here. We are packed in like sardines on these risers. We get here early. We're the first media outlet to show up for a preset so that we can be center stage and get a direct line of sight to the podium. That's how dedicated we are. So we're the only media that's going to do this. And if you support this and if it means something, we need you to like the stream, subscribe, hit the thumbs up, share, and donate. We're almost entirely viewer funded. We do not take billionaire money. We don't take money from big corporations. We take money from you, from we the people. This is your network. This is our network. This is your network. We're trying to save the United States of America. And I see we got more super chats coming in. We got Kim with the super chat. Thank you very much. We got Red Pill says, thank you, RSBN. Shout out to all the Patriots. Trump 2020. The best is yet to come. Thank you very much. Matt, thank you for your super chat. We got Josh Ferguson. Thank you for your super chat. Electronin, I think, says from Sanford. Thank you for your super chat. Marty Smith fan said, I'm so excited. My friend Scott will be there tomorrow, and I adore Mike. Thank you so much. I adore you too. We love you guys here. Hill SNV said, MAGA, save the USA. Guys, we're literally trying to save our country. If you value freedom, liberty, and prosperity, you need to do all of the things, including support this network. If Joe Biden gets elected, you're going to have less money, less freedom, less safety. That's the way it's going to work. Make no mistake about it. They won't tell you about packing the Supreme Court, whether or not they'll do it, because they will do it. I would have an ounce of respect for them if they could just be honest and say, yeah, we're going to pack the Supreme Court. Instead, they're saying, elect us to find out. What kind of nonsense is that? They're trying to pack the Supreme Court. They're trying to reshape the United States of America by legislating from the bench with activist judges. We ain't going to let it happen. Not a chance. They want to replace God with government. That's the problem. Government is not the solution. Government is the problem. Make no mistake about it. Freedom is our birthright. So again, guys, if you support what we're doing, there's 65,000 of you watching. I need 65,000 thumbs up. Come on, guys, let's do it. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. Let's do it. Let's win. 3 weeks to go. How much do you care about the United States? We're going to find out how much you care. Subscribe, support, donate, donate, donate. More super chats coming in. Wildcard, thank you. Jim People said, Trump 2020, we vote early in Texas Wednesday. Yes. Get out there and vote early. Vote in person. Wildcard, thank you for your super chat. I want to make sure I don't miss any because they're coming in pretty quick. John Walden said Trump Pence 2020. We've also got some new members. Debbie Carroll, thank you so much, Debbie. Thank you, Robert, for becoming a new member. And thank you, Lisa Donlin, for becoming a new member. Joey Ward said Trump all the way. God bless you. And I appreciate you. For those of you that are new, I'm your host, one of your host correspondents here, Mike Nificent. If you want to follow me on social media, just search Mike Nificent like you would Magnificent, except you're replacing Mag with Mike. Search Mike Nificent on any social media. I should pop right up. If you search me on Twitter, it's Mike Nificent 813. But find me on YouTube. I do have a channel where I share all my spicy opinions and colorful commentary, and I have some things to say. Let's just say that much. But support me, but also support RSBN. That's how RSBN found me, actually, was through my YouTube channel. Sarah Collins said, Trump 2020 pro-life. We don't want a socialist country. If you don't want a socialist country, you need to fight for it. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. They're never going to stop. Don't think that just by re-electing President Trump, that's it. We won. We're the best. We defeated the left. No, they're always going to be coming for your freedom. Like I said, this is spiritual warfare. Satan wants to steal, kill, and destroy. He wants to steal your money, make you less free, destroy you. You see it in their policies. Their policies run contrary to nature, contrary to reality, contrary to truth, liberty, all those things. Thank you, Richard, for the super chat. Got another new member, Richard Yates. Thank you. We got Coin Dig.
Request straight and approach.
President Trump is almost here, right, ladies and gentlemen. He is almost here. We are just...
Sanford Tower. You are clear to land straight and approach. 28 right. Welcome to Florida.
President Trump is about to deliver his first remarks to a...
Air Force One copy. Clear to land.
President Trump is moments away from arriving where he will deliver his first speech since being hospitalized with the China virus. This man never stops working, 74 years old, and beat that virus in less than a week. Sarah Collins says, Trump 2020. Oh, I've read that one. Thank you again, Sarah. We appreciate you. B, thank you for becoming a member. Yolu says, reminder, if you vote through mail, to call and make sure your bailout get casted. The left is pushing early, voting for a reason. Frauds. Now, guys, before we go any further, I want to make sure that I tell you about our partner for the day. Give me 1 second here. Our partner for the day is iTarget. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including 223 and 556. So you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. Again, that offer code is SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter iTargetPro.com. iTargetPro.com. Offer code SAVE10. Sign up today. Now, guys, as I said a minute ago, we are just moments away from President Trump's first public appearance, his first rally since he caught the China virus more than a week ago. And we have a packed house here. We have at minimum probably about 15,000 people here. Matter of fact, there's probably about 15,000 people here on the risers just reporting on it. Of course, I'm exaggerating quite a bit, but this is the most crowded I've ever seen the media risers, like ever. Everybody's here. Where else would media be? Which brings me to another very fascinating point. Would any of these people even have a job without this president in office? What else would they be covering today? What else would anybody else be doing? At the end of all of this, they need to be thanking this president. Think about how many people have careers because they hate the president. There's something to be said for that. Even the people that hate him are prospering because of his policies, simply because he walked into the Oval Office. There are people who've built entire careers off of their hatred for him. All these media people up here reporting on something. Is there a bigger story in the country right now? Outside of the confirmation hearing of Amy Coney Barrett, is there anything bigger than President Trump visiting Sanford Airport in Central Florida, the biggest swing state in the country? 29 electoral votes up for grabs on November 3rd? I think not, and the media knows that. That's why they sent their journalists here, their cameramen here. They're all getting paid just because President Trump's in office. Now imagine, if you will, Sleepy Joe Biden getting elected. All those jobs instantly become obsolete because nobody wants to hear this man speak. He doesn't even want to hear himself speak. He doesn't even want to be president. You can see it in his body language. You can see it in his energy. And people feed off of that. So the fact that President Trump can draw a big crowd of just media should tell you everything you need to know about why this man needs to be reelected. My job would go away. So many people would lose their jobs if he's not reelected. And that's not me fear-mongering. That's just the truth, man. I'm just telling y'all the truth. But again, guys, if you want to hear this kind of truth, you need to support us at RSBN. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. We're almost entirely viewer funded. Now, in a second here, I'm going to pass it off to Grace so she can read our email donations here. But before I do, I want to read the rest of these super chats that came in. Spanky 813 said, continue the fight on Twitter. Argue with simple celebrities for fun. I mean, if you got the time, go for it. Anani Moose said, Trump train, go RSN. John Chislon said, 4 more years. We got a new member, designed by architect. Thank you so much. We got some name I can't pronounce, but thank you for your super chat. It's like J Pierce Bay 1, I think. Thank you for your super chat. Jeremy Dodson said, God bless Trump in the USA. And AJ Casey, I think, says, former Democrat, I must say the other side is way better. Thank you for what y'all do. How do I become a member? I'm not exactly sure how you become a member. I think you just go to our main channel. Actually, if you click on the RSBN logo and you go to the main channel, there should be a link there that says join. Click join, and that's how you become a member. And who else do we got? We got one more. Mommy Heidi, thank you for becoming a member. Michelle Miller says, keep up the great work for our country. Grace, are you about ready to read our internet or our email? Okay, Grace says, I'm going to give this over to Grace so she can read our email donations.
Hey guys, I'm going to read off some of the email donations. There are so many, so thank you so much for supporting Right Side Broadcasting. From JR, he says, thank you and keep doing a good job. Thank you, JR. Earl Morrison says, thanks to everybody at RSBN. Thank you. From Donald Muckerhide, thank you for providing honest media coverage. We try to just be honest. We're not trying to be on the right percent. We're just being honest, you guys. From Thea, full speed ahead, Mr. President. That swamp needs draining. It sure does. And the president is doing an excellent job. From Archie Banks, MAGA 2020. Yes, get out and vote, you guys. I hope you can see Air Force One coming in right now. And from Michael Eppleit, Right Side Broadcasting, I've followed you since your inception. Thanks so much for following our President Trump. Great job, Mike Eppleit. Schenectady, New York. Thank you, all the way from New York. Love it. From Thatcher, Florida Mexican-American female vet for Trump. Wow, thank you so much for your service. From Darla Schmidt, Trump 2020. I love Trump. He will make this nation great. He loves this nation and he will keep us free and stop abortion. He sure will. He's one of the most pro-life presidents we have ever seen. John Allison, keep up the great work. Love you all. God bless. God bless you, John. From Michael and Shara Griffin, good job, guys. Thank you. From Nancy Hildebrand, RSBN is helping to make America great again. From Mike and Mike, Trump Pence 2020, Florida is Trump country. Yes, it is, and you can definitely tell by the enthusiasm in this crowd. Florida, he's going to win Florida in a landslide. I mean, he barely got it by 1.5% in 2016, but he sure has it by a landslide this time, so I'm so excited to see that. From Debbie and John, you're doing a great job, RSB. We love you and our President Trump 2020. From Ellen Orcutt, God bless Trump for defending our Constitution and especially religious freedom. Thank you so much. From T and Haley Pashal, thank you. Ooh, this is a lengthy one. I'm gonna read the last half. From Valerie Walton, thank you, Valerie. President Trump and his cabinet members, including our VP Pence, are the only people keeping the wolves on the Democrat side at bay. President Trump is so needed again for the next 4 years, and hopefully Pelosi will be voted out and pave the way for our president to do what he has visioned for our country, and that is bringing jobs back to this nation, prosperity, and the values of family back into our country, our homes, and our hearts. May God bless America, and may God bless President Donald John Trump. Trump 2020 all the way. That was so sweet. That might have been the sweetest donation email and message I've ever read on here. It's from Arthur Fiorillo. I have been fighting the CDP since 1962. LBJ was a no good liar. He killed millions of Vietnamese people and 58,000 of my generation. Thank you, kids. Fight for your freedom. Thank you, Arthur. From Barbara Westfall, Trump is our Saul. God bless our president, and God bless and heal our great country. Thank you, Barbara. And try to get as many as I can. From Sue Bonham. Thank you for your coverage. It is so refreshing not to have to sit here and listen to the fake news during the rallies and all the other events you cover. This election is so important, and not just for our country, but for the world. Trump 2020. And you guys, the other networks won't even show you this kind of coverage. We give you wall-to-wall coverage for the entire event. We get interviews. We show you the crowd. We show you everything. So make sure you share this stream with all of your friends. Help us get to 100K before the president steps on stage. Share. From Chris Sleater, great meeting your crew, Mike Magnificent at Walter Reed Rally. Where we go one, we go all.
Nice, thank you very much.
From another one from Barbara Westfall. God bless President Trump, and God bless our great country. Thank you, Barbara, again. From Tyler Wynn. Trump 2020, he's an amazing president that deserves so much. He sure does. He lost so much coming into this election and fighting for the American people. He deserves so much. You're totally right. Thank you, Tyler. Okay, and now we're going to talk to you guys about our partner, iTarget. Just give me one moment. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option, but most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter itargetpro.com. itargetpro.com. Offer code SAVE10. Yes, so the crowd is staring at Air Force One right now. We are awaiting the president's arrival. So if you guys want to follow me on social media, you guys can. My name is Grace Saldana. I'm on Instagram, Twitter, Parler, everywhere. It's at Grace, Grace, Saldana, Saldanaa. I'm going to read a few more donations, as many as I can, because I love the donations and I love hearing from you guys. From Levi DeMorney. Mr. All the way from London, UK. We love, we believe in you, and you will make not just America, but all the world great again. Thank you, sir. And he wants his twins, Lucas and Havana, on the screen. So, Joe, I hope you can make that happen for us. Okay, I'm going to hand the mic over back to Mike.
All right, thank you so much, Grace. Guys, we're just moments away from President Trump taking the podium. As you can see, Air Force One has arrived. Normally we give the grand entrance and say, the Eagle has landed and all stuff, but we kind of fell behind on our super chats and wanted to read out the donations and everything. We were blessed. I'll just say we were blessed with an abundance of speakers today. We had Kimberly Guilfoyle, we had Matt Gaetz, we had Ron DeSantis, along with a wonderful Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem. It's just been incredible. The energy is just unbelievable in here. People are so fired up. They're so excited for President Trump, and we're just moments away from his entrance. He's going to be, I have imagined he's got a lot on his mind. He's got a lot to say as we're 3 weeks away from the election. Yeah, and unfortunately we don't have the best shot of him exiting too, but I know that's going to make some people upset. They're going to think that we did it on purpose. I know that's only a few of you that think that we would block the entrance of President Trump or him exiting Air Force One. But for those of you that have been following us for a long time, you know that we would never do anything like this. We were faced with packed risers. That's what happens when President Trump speaks. And given the circumstances, him being in the hospital and everything else, the risers are packed. So unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you that the way that we normally would. And we also can't really predict where Air Force One is going to make its final stop. But nonetheless, I see we've got 82,000 people watching right now. 82,000. And we've got 40,000 likes. I need everybody watching right now to give this stream a thumbs up. Like the stream. If it's important to you to see this stream and to see President Trump's speech in its entirety, and if you think that it's important, share it and give this a thumbs up. This is the only way we can move up in YouTube's algorithms. This is the only way we can get promoted on the homepage is we have to circumvent their algorithms. We have to get more people to like this stream. We have to get people to share it on social media. We need people to subscribe and hit the bell notification. Don't do it for us. Do it for your country. We're the only news outlet up here that's going to show you the crowd. You see, we got two screens right here. Look at the screen. We got two screens that are showing you the crowd. You're going to see the crowd. You're going to see what's going on. We're the only media that's going to do that. And we're almost entirely viewer funded. So we need you to support us by going to our website. We need you to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com/donate. It's your support that will send a monster-sized crew like the one we have today to his next rally. His next rally is tomorrow in North Carolina, and then we'll be in Iowa Wednesday. So just be on the lookout for that. It costs money to send a big crew of people from different parts of the country, mind you. We're coming from different states. Luckily, this is my backyard, Central Florida. So the costs were a little bit less because all I had to do was hop in my car and drive on over. But normally, we're flying people from different states. We got to book different flights. We got to get a rental car big enough for our equipment and everything else. We have to fly our equipment, hotels. You guys know the travel expenses. I don't need to really talk about them too much, but just so you know, it is expensive. And when you don't take big billionaire dollars and corporation dollars, you rely on your viewers to support that. So the best way to support that, the best way to save the country, the best way to get the truth out there is to like our stream, share it, subscribe, hit the bell notification, and donate. With that said, we got some super chats. GP said, I just liked and shared. God bless you, and thank you for the super chat. We appreciate your contribution. Joe Looper said, proud Trump supporter in Tennessee. We've also got a new member, Frank Catruzola. I think I said that right. We got Alvira with a super chat. Thank you so much. R. Stymie said, we have been waiting a long time for you, President Trump, Mr. President. Rolling with Jadam, I think I said that right. It cut off the rest of your name, but thank you for your super chat. Ivan S. said, Slavics for Trump. Rob Wingate said, Trump-Pence 2020, this is the most important election of my lifetime, period. Vote all red. Republican, yes. Vote Republican, down ballot. I never thought I could be so forceful with telling people, you better vote Republican down ballot and you better do it in person. Either that or you must like communism, because that's what the left will bring. That is what they will bring. And they're going to do it in the most backwards way. They can't just win the election fair and square. They got to cheat. They got to pack the Supreme Court. They got to abolish the Electoral College. They got to lower the voting age to 16. They need to throw up in the borders and let people flood in to build a residual voting block. These people are evil, man. But we're not going to let them win, because you guys are going to do all the above, like I mentioned. Like this stream, subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting, share this stream, support us via our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and give us super chats. Go to our website. Sandra Holden, here we go. We want the Star Spangled Banner back in football with no disagreement, and we want the Pledge of Allegiance back in the schools. And hold on, I cannot keep up with these. They're coming in. Michelle Wells said, President Trump, DeWay, Arizona loves you. Thank you so much. We got Jake from Washington State. Trump 2020. Thank you so much, Jake. God bless you. We appreciate you. Jay Pierce, baby. I think you sent another super chat. We appreciate you. Claudia Cochran, thank you for your super chat. Rune, thank you for your super chat. That was a very generous donation from you. Thank you. Robin H., thank you for your super chat. And Hannah, thank you for your super chat. God bless every last one of you watching. There are more people flooding in right now. You can only see that because we have 2 cameras here. We have 2 cameras here. That's why you're able to see this.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Orlando. Hello, Sanford. It's great to be with you. Thank you. It's great to be back. It's a lot of people. You know, our competitor, Sleepy Joe, he had a rally today and practically nobody showed up. I don't know what's going on. Sleepy Joe. But it's great to be back in my home state, Florida, to make my official return to the campaign trail. I am so energized by your prayers and humbled by your support. We've had such incredible support. And here we are. Here we are. But we're going to finish. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've made tremendous progress. If you look at what we're doing with therapeutics and, frankly, cures, We've made tremendous progress. And I said to my people, we are going to take whatever the hell they gave me and we're going to distribute it around to hospitals and everyone's going to have the same damn thing. We've all endured a lot together and we are doing better by far than we ever did in 2016. The enthusiasm's greater. The spirit is greater. We're going to have, if it's possible, an even greater and more important victory than we had just 4 years ago. And nobody ever said this fight was not going to be a hard one, but we will make it like you've never seen before. We are more successful now than we've ever been before. Our military is rebuilt. Take a look at what's going on with our economy. I hate to say to the fake news, we're about to hit another stock market record, 401ks. Sleepy Joe Biden, not a nice guy, by the way, I have to be honest, not a nice guy. You know, people say, oh, he's such a nice guy. He had a very bad day today. He had a very bad day. You saw what happened. If I ever had a day like he had today, they'd say it's over. It's over. Now, Biden had a bad day. He forgot Mitt Romney's name. He didn't know what state he was in. And he said, today he's a proud Democrat running for the U.S. Senate. No, you can't do it. It's the second time. Can you imagine if I did that? It's great to be with you. It's great to be a wonderful developer from New York. They'd say, he's out of here, get him out. Now, Biden had a bad day. He's got a lot of bad days coming. Look, we can't play games. The one thing I know for sure, President Xi of China did us no favor. President Putin of Russia, you look at around. Kim Jong-un, whatever happened to the war we were supposed to be in with Kim Jong-un, right? Kim Jong-un, they're 100% sharp. We have somebody running who's not 100%. He's not 80%. He's not 60%. We can't have this. As a country, we can't have it. Joe Biden is also owned by the radical globalists, the wealthy donors, the big money special interests who shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your borders, and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in this ridiculous endless wars, set of endless wars that we've been in for a long time. 19 years, they're all coming back home. You know that, right? They're all coming back home, our great warriors, our great soldiers. The corrupt political class is desperate to regain their power by any means necessary. We're the ones standing in their way. We're the ones standing up for the American worker, the American family, and for the American dream. And that's what we're doing on this beautiful evening. This beautiful evening in Florida. Oh, do I like Florida. Did we win Florida last time? Was that beautiful? We won it. You know, everything I hear, we're winning by a lot. Then you turn on the fake news, they say, the polls are tied in Florida. I don't get it. I don't. We had the same thing last year. Remember, 4 years ago, we had the same thing. We're going to lose Florida, they said 4 years ago, by 5 points. They called that thing so early in the evening, we won by a lot. And we're winning by a lot more now than we were 4 years ago. 22 days from now, we're going to win this state. We're going to win 4 more years in the White House. We're going to make our country greater than it has ever been before. Thank you, man. Thank you. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And I used to say it in 2016. I'm sorry, at the time I thought it was. These people are crazy. We have to win. Most important we've ever had. Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He's handed control to the socialists, the Marxists, and the left-wing extremists, and you know that. And he's got no strength left. He's got no power left. He's got nothing going. If he wins, the radical left will be running the country, and they're addicted to power. And God help us if they ever got it, because we would never have the same country again. And you couldn't make a comeback. You don't make comebacks from where they take us. If I do not sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because, frankly, I'm not a politician. I'm embarrassed by the term. And if I don't always play by the rules of Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder than anybody has ever fought for you. And I had a very nice life before this, I will tell you. A lot easier. But I love this, and I would have never, ever changed, because we are doing more for this country than any administration has ever done, despite the witch hunts and the phony stuff that we caught them on now. We caught them cold, and we'll see what happens with that. Just watch. Stay tuned. Right now, I'm fighting to make sure we eradicate the virus, rebuild the economy, and save our country from the radical left. We're hitting record stock market numbers, record 401ks, record stocks, record job numbers. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Sleepy Joe wants to quadruple your taxes, wants to quadruple. How about where he gets caught again? He said, oh, no, we're not going to give a tax increase, but we're going to terminate all of the Trump tax cuts. Well, that's $2,000 plus child tax credits, plus all of the other things. You're talking about $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a year. I don't think Florida's going to be paying that per family. And, if you add energy into that, we have energy at an all-time low. We're energy independent. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen. And when you're paying less than $2 at the pump like you are, nobody ever thought you'd see those days again. And those days are here for a long time if we're smart. We've been beating China. We've been beating everybody. Until the plague came in, we were teaching China like they've never been taught before, and they know it, and they've told me that, and they never thought it could happen. And we're very soon going to be doing it again. We achieved all of this despite the fact that we caught them cold. They were spying on our campaign. It's our campaign. It's our campaign, not my campaign. They were spying on our campaign and illegally trying to take down a very, very straightforward and legally sworn-in administration. We were sworn in. They tried before the fact. They tried after the fact. We were an administration, and then they say, we want to know if you will agree with a friendly transfer of power. For 4 years, they've been trying to get us out of office. 4 years they've been trying to get us out. But we'll take care of it all after the election. We caught them cold. We caught them cold. Bad people, crooked Hillary. And by the way, Obama and Biden knew everything that was happening, okay? Just in case you had any question. We'll take care of it after the election. Joe Biden and the Democrat Socialists, but that gives you another reason to go out and vote. We got to get in. Because we don't, they'll just sweep it under the rug. Joe Biden and the Democrat Socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, dissolve your borders, you know that, release criminal aliens, confiscate your guns, no more Second Amendment, get used to it, destroy your suburbs, and drive God from the public square. That's what's going to happen. You saw in the Pledge of Allegiance, during the Democrat National Convention, they took the word God out twice. They said, oh, we made a mistake, excuse me. And then it happened a second time. We said, well, I guess that wasn't a mistake, right? Biden even refuses to answer questions on the packing of the Supreme Court. Nobody even thought of that for many, many, many decades. And that's what they want to do. They can't get there legitimately, so they say, that's all right. We'll just pack the court. We'll put a lot of super lefties on the court, and we'll have a whole different country. Nope, not going to happen that way. We're not going to let it happen. You got to get out and vote. You know, a lot of people said that I was elected because of the Supreme Court, because I said I'm going to put great conservative, constitutionalists, great judges on the Supreme Court. I don't know if it's true. But if it is true, it's more true now than it was 4 years ago, and you got to get out and vote because they're going to destroy our country and they're going to destroy our U.S. Supreme Court, and we can't let that happen. But who would have thought we're on number 3? You know, other presidents have never had any. They've never had any. We're at 3 already, 3.5 years. And I will say this, it's driving them crazy. It's driving them crazy. And Amy is fantastic, a great intellect, a great scholar. I think she's going to be a fantastic U.S. Supreme Court justice. As America saw earlier today, in Amy's opening statement in the Senate, Judge Barrett, a brilliant scholar who will defend our laws, our rights, our freedom, and our Constitution like very few people would have the capability of doing. The radical left is hell-bent on destroying everything we love and cherish. They're enraged and unhinged out of vengeance, and nobody can believe what they're doing and where they're going, but we understand it. We understand their cancel culture. We're not letting them cancel culture us at all. We're proud of our country and we're proud of our heritage. They want to punish the middle class, expunge every last trace of traditional values, and replace the American dream with a socialist nightmare, and that's what it is. They want to turn America into communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela and ruin the lives of Hispanic Americans and all Americans. And I want to thank the Hispanic Americans down in Florida. You have been so incredible to Trump. Biden's agenda would be a catastrophe for Florida seniors. And by the way, you know, Biden was a big lover of Castro. You do know that, right? And you know the deal that I broke. You saw that right as I came into office. Obama gave the whole planet away to Castro, and I said, no, thank you. We're not doing that. That's why we just got the Bay of Pigs Award from the Cuban Americans. Thank you very much, and a lot of them are here. Thank you all very much, Bay of Pigs. For years, Biden tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. You know all about that. Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and federal health care for illegal aliens. Now, we all have a heart, and we all want to take care of people. But what you're doing is you're telling millions of people to pour up into our country. We're going to give you education. We're going to give you health care. We're going to give you everything. We can't do it. We can't afford it. We can't take care of our own people. We have to take care of our people first. And if they let that happen, you would be decimating Medicare and destroying your Social Security. While I'm president, no one will touch your Medicare. No one will touch or hurt in any way, shape, or form your Social Security. With your vote, I will finish building the strongest economy the world has ever seen, and we were there. Last year was the greatest year in the history of the state of Florida, and I have to say it was practically that way for almost every state in the union. But it was Florida's best year. The year coming is going to be, and you're going to see a great third quarter set of numbers coming out very soon, just before the election. So I'm putting myself on the spot. The third quarter numbers are going to be record-setting, phenomenal numbers. Next year is going to be the best year we've ever had economically. But as I've done from the beginning, I will keep every promise, and I will always put America first. You haven't heard that, right? You haven't heard that from other people. Under my leadership, we're delivering a safe vaccine and a rapid recovery like nobody can even believe. And if you look at our upward path, no country in the world has recovered the way we've recovered economically or otherwise. Not even close. And if you vote for me, prosperity will surge. Normal life, that's all we want. We want a normal life. We'll fully resume And the Florida tourism and hospitality industries that I know so well will reach historic new highs, highs like they've never reached before. Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, and annihilate Florida's economy with a draconian, unscientific lockdown. That's what he wants to do, lock it down. Lock it down, everybody. And you know what? If you don't feel good about going out, stay. Relax, stay. You know the risk groups, you know the older people. See, fortunately, I'm not an old person. I'm very young, and I'm in such perfect shape. Right? I'm in such great shape. You know, I said that the other day. What are you doing? I said, well, I'm very young, and I'm in great shape, perfect shape. And they said, Donald Trump misrepresented today again. He said he was in great shape, but he's very young. These people are the sickest of them all. But the World Health Organization, did you see what happened? They just came out a little while ago, and they admitted that Donald Trump was right. The lockdowns are doing tremendous damage to these Democrat-run states where they're locked down, sealed up, suicide rates, drug rates, alcoholism, death by so many different forms. You can't do that. And I want to just congratulate the governor and everybody in Florida. You're open and open for business and doing great. And we got to remember, I said it right at the beginning, the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. Can't. The cure cannot be worse. But if you don't feel good about it, if you want to stay, stay. Relax, stay. But if you want to get out there, get out. One thing with me, the nice part, I went through it. Now they say I'm immune. I feel so powerful. I'll walk into that audience. I'll walk in there. I'll kiss everyone in that audience. I'll kiss the guys and the beautiful women and everybody. I'll just give you a big fat kiss. No, but there is something nice. I don't have to be locked up in my basement, and I wouldn't allow that to happen anyway. I wouldn't allow it to happen. When you're the president, you can't lock yourself in a basement and say, I'm not going to bother with the world. You got to get out, and it's risky. It's risky, but you got to get out. But it does give you a good feeling when you can beat something, and now they say you're immune. I don't know for how long. Some people say for life. Some people say for 4 months. I mean, every time I think about it, every time I hear them, it gets shorter and shorter and shorter because they want it to be as bad as possible. But it is a great feeling. I want to thank, by the way, Walter Reed Medical Hospital, Johns Hopkins. These guys are incredible. You know, we're 90% better now than we were 6-7 months ago in terms of a cure for people that get really sick. 90%. It's incredible what's happened. And with children, it's 99.9%. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. 99.9. They have a little better immune systems. We just learned that. Better than you have, right? Better than we all have. But we love our children. But we have to get our schools open. We have to get our businesses going back. We have to get our country rolling, and it is rolling. You're going to see that when the numbers come out. The Biden virus plan, and you got to remember, he took H1N1, which he always calls N1H1. He gets it mixed up. I said, no, Joe. H comes first. But it's called the swine flu, right? And his own person, his chief of staff, said that it was a disaster the way they ran it, a much less lethal problem, but a disaster the way they ran it, a total catastrophe. It was so bad. It was so bad. And then he says, I'm going to tell him what to do. But when I locked down China, he thought it was a terrible thing. He called me xenophobic, right? When I locked down China, which was in January, months earlier than what he said. Then ultimately he admitted I'm right, but then he said, oh, he should have acted faster. Well, this was months later. Then he says I should have acted fast. Nobody acted fast like I did. I also shut down, locked down Europe, if you remember. And the bottom line is we saved millions of lives. When this first came out, if we didn't do a good job, they predicted 2.2 million people would die. We're 210,000. We shouldn't be at 1. It's China's fault. They allowed this to happen. They allowed to escape. They allowed it to escape China. But 2.2 million people would have died. Just remember that. Just remember that. A fact they don't like talking about. I have such respect for the people of this country, the way they've handled it. It's been an incredible It's been an incredible love fest together. That's really what it's been. And sympathies from all of us to those people whose family members have died, whose friends. I've lost friends. I've lost friends. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to love me even more. You're going to love me even more because we're years ahead on vaccines and they're going to be distributed very shortly. I mean, frankly, it's a big political deal going on where they don't want it to be before the election. Don't let it be. But we have great vaccines coming. Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer. I mean, we have great things happening with the vaccines. I think even greater with the cures and with the therapeutics. And maybe it's why I'm here with you. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. I know one thing. I was very happy to take it. That I can tell you. But through Operation Warp Speed, we're on track to have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of this year. And they'll be delivered by the military, and they're all set to go. They're waiting for final approval. And that vaccine will end the pandemic, but we're also launching a historic effort to bring your medical supply chains back home. In 1996, Joe Biden voted to obliterate Puerto Rico's thriving pharmaceutical industry. Remember, they used to have a great pharmaceutical industry. He cut it out. And when he cut it out, he sent Puerto Rico into a nosedive like nobody's ever seen before. So we're bringing it all back, and we're bringing it back to Florida, too. We're bringing it all the way back, taking our jobs away from China. We're bringing them back from China. I'll reverse Biden's catastrophic decision. We'll bring it all back. The drug industry's coming back into Puerto Rico, coming back into, by the way, Pennsylvania, coming back into North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, coming back into Michigan, coming back into Ohio. We're bringing it all back. Last month, I also announced an additional $13 billion in disaster relief for Puerto Rico and for Florida. Have I taken care of Florida? Hey, have I taken care of Florida? My administration's allocated over $60 billion. And if you look at Florida with your great governors, your last two governors have been great, your two senators, great. They're always calling asking for money, but I guess that's what they're supposed to be doing. And I'm always giving it when it comes to Florida. The Panhandle got hit really hard over the last 2 years. We took care of the Panhandle. So days ago, I was honored to receive the endorsement of the governor of Puerto Rico. Can you believe that? Right? Wanda Vasquez Garcet. And she was so nice. And we're also joined by several great Puerto Rican community leaders, Jay Rosario, Gabe Ruiz, Daisy Lopez Cid, Myra Guzman Coslo, and candidate for Congress, Dr. Leo Valentin. Please, where are you? I'm not going to say the best, but I'm just about the best thing that ever happened to Puerto Rico. You better vote for me, Puerto Rico. You better vote for me. But I'll always be fighting for Puerto Rico. It's very unfair the way they were treated by Democrats. And while Biden will surrender your jobs to China, your country and your fellow politicians, and I have a lot of great ones right here, including your governor, wow. But we're never going to surround, we will never allow ourselves to even think about surrendering to the left-wing mob. They're on the run. They're on the run. Better not have them have a little bit of a victory, because if they have even a little victory, it's not going to be good. I'm bringing our jobs back home and putting violent criminals behind bars. I'm working with your political leaders. We've also directed the FBI to immediately investigate the destruction of the Teddy Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln statues in Portland, and to prosecute the offenders to the fullest extent of federal law. Biden supporters are causing mayhem in the streets. If he wins, there will be nothing but bedlam all over the place, but he's not going to win. If he won. He may be the worst presidential candidate in history, and I got him. I got him. It actually puts more pressure on you. If you ran against a great candidate, there's actually less pressure. You want to know the truth. Thank you. Thank you. Now we want to keep our country great. We're bringing it to a level that it's never been. Our military has equipment, the likes of which nobody has ever seen, no country has ever seen, all made in the USA. Rockets, missiles, tanks, ships, the likes of which, jet fighters, bombers, tankers, the likes of which no country has ever seen before. Our nuclear arsenal is the strongest by far in the world, the strongest it's ever been. And hope to God we never have to even think about using it. And the way you won't have to use it is to have it. At our debate, Biden could not name a single law enforcement organization that supports him, not one. And that's because, and by the way, did Vice President Mike Pence do a great job? Right? Did a great job. But it's because Biden and Harris, that's another great one. There was nobody so mean to Biden than her. Nobody. And so brilliantly, I said he can't pick her because nobody treated him as badly. Although I will say this, had Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren got out prior to Super Tuesday, we would have had Bernie instead. But I'd rather have Biden because he's now alienated the left. He's alienated the right. Nobody knows what the hell he stands for. How about Pennsylvania? He goes to Pennsylvania. For a year and a half, he's against fracking. The day he gets the nomination, through a little luck, because she didn't get out, so she took all of Bernie's votes, right? But gets a nomination. The following day, he said, I'm in favor of fracking. But he's not. And it doesn't matter, because the radical left will never let Pennsylvania and Texas and Oklahoma and North Dakota and Ohio, never let them frack. That's over with. But can you imagine? And the press, you know, which is fake and corrupt, the press never said, have you ever heard him ask? No, have you ever heard him ask once? Well, wait a minute. For 1 year you said there will be no fracking. And he said it strongly, right? You know, read my lips, right? To use an old expression. Read my lips, there will be no fracking. That didn't work out too well. So now he goes and he says there will be fracking. Not once have I heard the question, not once have I asked why Hunter was able to take $3.5 million from the wife of the mayor of Moscow. Not once have I heard these frauds back there. Not once have I heard the fake news. Not once have I heard him say, $1 billion. If you don't change that prosecutor, you're not getting the $1 billion. And then he goes, whoa, the prosecutor was changed, a prosecutor against his son. Not once have I heard them talking about that question. Can you imagine if we did that? And on top of everything else, the Democrat Party declared war on our great police and law enforcement. That's what it is. So I proudly received the endorsements of the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Troopers Coalition, the International Union of Police Associations, the National Latino Police Officers Association, the Florida Police Chiefs, and all of these incredible organizations, plus all over the country. And when I asked them, name one organization, give me one organization during our debate, where he was saved by the moderator about 4 times. He couldn't answer it. Name one law enforcement organization. He couldn't name one. Then I said, say the words law enforcement. Just say it. Couldn't do it. He couldn't say it. We're joined tonight by a great group of people, warriors, really warriors. He came to me a couple of years ago. He said, sir, I want to run for governor. I said, Ron, I don't know, do they know you well enough? But he was a great defender and a brilliant guy. Harvard, Yale, top of his class, smart as hell. Nobody knows how smart. Don't tell too many people. He likes to catch you by surprise. But he's a great, great guy, and he's been a great friend. I said, all right, I'll endorse you. I endorsed him, and the rest, he went like a rocket ship, and he handled the pressure. And his wife, Casey, is better than him. I've been saying it for a long time. Governor Ron DeSantis in case. Great guy. Great, great couple. Great, great couple. Smart, brilliant. Sit down, please. Really just they're a great group of people. Those people are great, and he surrounds himself with incredible people, with the exception, of course, of Representative Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz. You talk about a warrior, right? Ron, what do you think, huh? Matt Gaetz is a great man, a great gentleman, and what a future he has. I don't know if I'd swap it, but I think I might. Great chat. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. John Rutherford. Where's John? John. Thank you, John. Mike Waltz. Mike. Thank you. Thank you. Nice couple. Gus Bilirakis. Gus. Congressional candidate, somebody who's supposed to be potentially a superstar. Now, we've heard that a lot. Sometimes it works out. It's going to, in his case, Scott Franklin. Scott. Thank you. Oh, he's got the look he could be. That's good. That's good. Hear good things, Scott. Going well. How's he doing? Ron, he's doing good. Ron says you're doing good. Good. You got to win it. Thank you, Scott, very much. Kimberly. Where's Kimberly? Kimberly. Thank you. I watched you coming in speaking. I said, that's a lot to follow. Kimberly is great. I want to thank Kimberly. And finally, we're joined by a group of amazing supporters who recently walked away from the Democrats and will be voting for us. We have a lot of them. A lot of them. And a lot of them in law enforcement. A lot of law enforcement. They were Democrats. In some cases, they left their parties. In other cases, they just said, no, we're voting for Trump. I said, why are you doing that? We have no choice. I said, you're right. You're right. But nobody's been better to law enforcement than I have. You know, when I first came in, we gave away hundreds of millions of dollars of military equipment that was in storage. Wasn't doing anybody any good. It was collecting dust, probably paying rent all over the place. That's probably why they had it, come to think of it. Boy, look how far that crowd goes back. Hey, cameras, will you please? Oh, man, look at that. That's into those hangars. Wow. You know, these are the real polls. So when did you hear about this meeting? Like a day ago? These are the real polls, right? The other guy gets out there and they work and work and work, and 30 people show up. They put them in those crazy circles, right? They only have the circles because that's the only way they can fill up the room. It's true. But that's a fantastic group of people. Thank you. Same thing over here. I wish the fake news would turn the cameras. You know, for a long time I didn't think the cameras moved that way. But then anytime there was a little sign of problems, they could twist around like a pretzel, and I realized they could. But they don't like to show those crowds, but that is a massive amount. I don't know how many people are here, but you got a lot. I want to thank you. So this evening, we're also praying for all of the families on the Florida Panhandle affected by Hurricane Sally. And I will tell you, Ron and Marco and everybody, I'll tell you, Rick, everybody's been calling and calling. Matt Gaetz has been driving us a little crazy. Matt, you could take it a little easy. But that's what somebody that's good is supposed to do, right? You're supposed to call. But we take care of the panhandle, and we're doing it at a level that's never been done before. And I've done it, I think I can say, right from the beginning, right? I tell the story about Ron DeSantis. He came to see me. He just became governor. We had a hurricane. Sir, thank you very much for the money you sent to the panhandle in Florida. I appreciate it. Good, Ron, good. I hope it's enough. Good. Spend it well. I get a call like 3 days later. Sir, could I see you? Now, I'm in Washington. I say, you don't have to come up. Tell me. No, it's very important. Sir, comes into the Oval Office. Sir, could we have an extra $500 million? I said, Ron, will it ever end, Ron? And one thing I found out, it never ends for the panhandle and for Ron, but we take care of it, right, Ron? We take care of it. Great people. You have great people. They're warriors, I'll tell you. They're warriors. They're fighters. We need more people like that, I will tell you. Last month, I approved a major disaster declaration for the state of Florida, and I'll be with you through every step of the rebuilding, and you'll be hit with others. The one thing we know about Florida, you're very good at this stuff. You get hit by hurricanes, and you rebuild fast, and it's incredible. I've watched, and you don't want much help either. You're proud people. You're incredible people. You put it back together. But we're there for you all the way, and we're there monetarily, and we're there with FEMA. And I think, Ron, FEMA's been incredible, haven't they? Right? Yeah, they've been incredible. Thank you to FEMA. We have a lot of FEMA people here, right over there. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Biden has inflicted over the last 47 years with that ridiculous, dumb thought, NAFTA, TPP, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, a disaster for our country. You know, China is considered a developing nation. I stopped that. China is considered a developing. In other words, China, they're so wonderful, they're developing. Isn't that nice? Now, by being a developing nation, they get much more benefits than a nation that's not a developing. So I said, well, we're a developing nation, too, if they're a developing nation. And we just won, you know this, we just won $7.5 billion from the World Trade Organization. Just won. And from the World Health Organization, I took us out. They said, why'd you do that? I said, number one, they were wrong on everything, although they corrected themselves today and they said I was right, or the lockdowns. But I said, number two, why are we paying $500 million a year? And China, which has 1.4 billion people, is paying $39 million a year. Explain that. They couldn't explain it. It was very hard to explain. So I took us out for that and other reasons, okay? So we'll see what happens with that. But these are the deals. I could go over hundreds of different things with you, and just common sense. I mean, common sense, what we do. Think of it, World Health Organization. We have 325 million people. We spend $500 million. China spends $39 million, and China dominates them. I said, does it work that way anymore? Does it work that way anymore? They'll take us back in so fast at much less money. For decades, our politicians spent trillions and trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we are finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs and our factory and our troops back home to the USA. But those dismal days of betrayal, and that's what we were betrayed by our own politicians, whether it was on purpose or that they were just plain stupid. We'll come back with unprecedented force if Washington Democrats are allowed to take control again. We can't let it happen. You have got to get out and vote. Sleepy Joe Biden, and it wasn't him, it's the people that control him. He's controlled totally. Has put forward the most radical platform in American history, including a plan to eliminate U.S. borders. Oh, that's wonderful. Where's our border? We don't have one. Just come in, everybody. Come on in. Come on in, everybody. If you're a murderer, if you're a rapist, if you're very, very sick with a disease that can spread all over, just come on in. Now, you know, we're up to almost 400 miles of wall. Nobody talks about that anymore. And we now have the tightest, safest border in our country's history. But we're up to almost 400 miles. It'll be finished very soon. And it's top of the line. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. But by implementing nationwide catch and release, imposing deadly sanctuary cities, nationwide, they want sanctuary cities. That's what they want. I don't even think, I'll tell you, I know a lot of people in California, they don't want sanctuary cities. It's like the politicians want it. I don't think the people want it. But they want to suspend all removals of illegals out of our country, whether they're murderers, rapists, thugs, bank robbers. They don't care. They want it suspended. You almost say, where the hell are they coming from? Where does the thought process come? It's demented. It would mean the total nullification of all U.S. borders, overwhelming every city and town in America, including this wonderful place that we all love very much. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, and we're finishing that wall. It's going to be finished and so beautiful. Wait till you see that. Wait till you see that. A few more months. We're doing 10 miles a day. And by the way, Mexico is paying. They hate to say it. Mexico is paying for it. And Mexico's been great. You know, Mexico has 27,000 of their soldiers on our border. And I said, you have to do that. Otherwise, we're going to have to charge you tariffs because we're not going to stand for it when people are pouring into and we have the worst laws because Congress over the years has made it so weak. If you're a soldier and you talk rudely to somebody, they end up giving you the electric chair. Okay? It's so horrible. Mexico has been great. 27,000 soldiers we have. See, 27. Now, the electric chair comment, they'll put that. He's exaggerating. He shouldn't do that. They are sick people. But it is true. We have 27,000 Mexican soldiers guarding our border. And you know what? They don't play games. They don't let them through. And if they do let them through, we get very angry with Mexico. So Mexico's been great. The president of Mexico's been great. We're putting a border tax on for cars and trucks that go across. It'll much more than pay for our wall, starting soon. Remember when the old days we used to say, we'll build the wall, everybody thought there was no way. You know, it's one of the largest projects in the history of our country because you're talking about a lot of miles. 540 miles, and then we may even add some more into other areas where you probably, you have natural barriers like mountains and rivers and a lot of other pretty tough areas, but we may even add some more. We're doing so great with it. 10 miles a day, and I want to thank the Army Corps of Engineers. You've been incredible. Some of them are here. They're very proud people. One thing with the Army Corps, they may build it a little expensive, but you can't rip that sucker down. It never comes down. That'll never come down. We ended the catch and release ridiculous program where you catch somebody, you take their name, and then you release them, and you say, come back in 3 years to a court case. And nobody ever comes back, except for the really dumb ones. They come back on occasion. But nobody ever comes back. They're in our country, and they could be murderers, and they could be all sorts of problems, and we're not having that. We ended it. We stopped asylum fraud, and we've deported 20,000 gang members, including MS-13. Brought them back to their country. We brought them back to their country. We've now deported over 500,000 criminal illegal aliens. Think of that. Think of that. And outside of poorly run Democrat states and cities, you don't have crime in this country. Our country is doing fantastically. And I call up governors in Portland, and I call up from the state, and I call up the governor as an example, Oregon. I say, we'd love to send some people to help you out with Oregon and to help you out with Portland. We'll solve the problem in a half an hour like we did in Minnesota with Minneapolis. We'll solve the problem quickly. Remember, Minneapolis was burning down day after day, and I'd call, let us come in, let us come in. Anyway, they finally came in. How long did it take? About a half an hour. Remember the beautiful scene? They lined up. They weren't socially distanced, but that's okay. They lined up, then another line, then they just walked forward, and that was the end of that. And I think we're going to win the state of Minnesota because of it, I think. Hasn't been won since 1972, but it's looking like we're going to win Minnesota because of it, because nobody, what they did. But I give the governor credit, at least, even though it was too long, He let us. In Oregon, we have to send in the troops. We will solve that problem in 30 minutes. We sent in the U.S. Marshals recently when the man, this horrible human being, shot somebody and killed him in the middle of the street. 2 days went by, 3 days went by. I said, why hasn't he been arrested? We sent in the U.S. Marshals. In 15 minutes, it was all over. 15 minutes. It'd be so easy to do. I mean, can you imagine these people? For years and years, it's been anarchy in Portland. For years and years. But not for the Republicans. This is why you cannot have the Democrats and that whole philosophy, that whole craziness. You cannot have them involved in running your country. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military, including funding to save Tyndall Air Force Base. Who knows Tyndall? Who is? Okay, well, not that big a group. That's not like a big group. I can tell you, if you were in the Panhandle, you'd be saying, thank you very much. It was wiped out by the hurricane, and Ron called, and a number of people called, and Marco called, Rick Scott called. They all called. They wanted to save Tyndall, and we did it, and now it's brand new, gorgeous, and really moving along well, right? We did a good job there? I think so. We launched the first new branch of the U.S. Armed Forces in nearly 75 years called Space Force. Very important. You know, for an administration, if you think of it, so not for 75 years, we've created a new force, right? The Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. I mean, think of it, Coast Guard. And now, we just created a new force. First time in 75 years. If I did nothing but that, that's a big deal. And that's peanuts. That's peanuts. Because we built the greatest economy in history. We cut taxes more than any other president by far in history. We cut regulations, which I think is maybe just as important as the taxes. That's why our businesses are roaring back. We've done things that nobody else has done. Nobody else has. And these people back here, they don't even challenge me on it, which is shocking. Usually you think they'd challenge you, even if they're wrong. I also brought back NASA, the greatest space center again in the world. And we passed VA choice and VA accountability for our great vets. Right? And we just got a 91% approval rating, Ron. 91% approval rating by the vets on the way we're running it. Never happened before. That's never happened before, Rick. Never happened before. We killed the leader of ISIS who was trying to reform ISIS because we blew it into oblivion. We killed al-Baghdadi. They were looking for him for years and years and years. Guess who got him? We took out the world's #1 terrorist. And the mass murder of American troops and many, many people all over the world, Qasem Soleimani. He's dead. Gone. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, which was a catastrophe. President Obama, give us $150 billion and we'll give you nothing. Give us $1.8 billion in green, in cash. He gave him $1.8 billion in cash. That's when I realized how powerful the presidency is, when you can do that. What a horrible deal. But we broke the deal, and I'll tell you, probably the first call I'll get after we win the election will be from Iran, dying to make a deal because they're down 28% GDP. Nobody has ever heard of a thing like that. That'll be the first call I get. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And every president promised to do it. Every president said they were going to do that for many, many decades. They all were going to do that. Nobody did it because once they got in office, there was a lot of pressure on you not to do it. I could tell you I was called by every foreign leader, please don't do it, please don't do it. I told the story. I said, listen, tell them I'll call them back in a couple of days. Then I did it. I called them back. Hey, what's up? I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. 52 years they've been working on that. They've been working on that for 52 years. They couldn't get anything. Every year people would fly in, stay, wine, dine, have a good time, and leave. Nothing would happen. 52 years, I got it done in one day. And instead of these endless wars, we're forging peace in the Middle East and peace without blood all over the sand, and you see what's happening. In fact, a point that they didn't report, I've been, I guess, 3 or 4 maybe now, Nobel Peace Prizes. Can you believe it? 4, 3. I told the story. I told my wife, oh, we're going to have a great time. We're going to watch television. I just got nominated for the Nobel Prize. And then I turned on the fake news, story after story. They talk about your weather in the Panhandle, Ron. They talk about this. They talk story after story, no mention. Remember when Obama got it right at the beginning and he didn't even know why he got it? It was the biggest story you've ever seen. The last administration made a pathetic one-sided deal with the Castro dictatorship that betrayed the Cuban people and enriched the communist regime. They're not enriched any longer. My opponent stands with socialists and communists. He wants to give everything away to Cuba. He wants to give it away to Nicaragua and Venezuela. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. I stand with the people of Cuba and Nicaragua and Venezuela in their righteous struggle for freedom. The last administration also negotiated the terrible Obama-Biden-Santos deal with Colombian drug cartels. They surrendered the narco-terrorists. They surrendered, totally gave up to them. And that caused illicit drugs all over this country. Joe Biden even received the endorsement of Colombian socialist Gustavo Petro, a former member of the M19 guerrilla organization, and he took it because you know why? He didn't know who the hell it was. He said, I'll take it. I'll take whoever. He said, no, he's a bad guy, Joe. He's actually a bad guy. Under my administration, we worked with Colombian officials to seize or disrupt 227 metric tons of poisonous narcotics since April. And we're doing fantastically in terms of bringing it down. 19% reduction. My heart will always be with the Colombian people and the people from Cuba and the people from Venezuela and Nicaragua and all of the people that are so unfairly treated. And you'll see a lot of great things happen. I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years. It's true. And now he's pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a presidential nominee or candidate. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security and destroy protections for pre-existing conditions. You're going to have nothing left. This crazy Green New Deal. The Green New Deal. I mean, what's that all about? Biden's running mate sponsored the Green New Deal and the socialist health care takeover. You're going to have socialist health care. You don't feel well? Okay, go to the hospital. Stand there for about 4 weeks. They'll shut down American energy, shut down fracking, and outlaw the private health insurance plans of over 180 million Americans who love those plans. Biden vowed to terminate our travel bans on jihadist regions and surge refugee admissions. He agreed to this with crazy Bernie Sanders. He's going to surge admissions into our country by agreed number 700%. No, thank you. Opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. And I don't like to speak too loud, but we're not doing too badly, are we? You know that? He'll ban school choice, he'll ban charter schools, and he'll ban Florida Opportunity Scholarships, which is a big deal, Ron. It's a big deal. He wants to put them out of business, Ron. In a second term, I'll provide school choice to every parent in America. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. And I just have to say in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's ending. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities, which you're already doing in Florida. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of these ridiculous, horrible, and very, very stupid foreign wars against countries that you've never even heard of. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency. It's already signed, and it takes place on January 1st, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs by 50, 60, 70, and even 80%. We will strongly protect Medicare and Social Security, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Always. Republicans will always protect. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars, and it's going to be very soon. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Florida. So get out there and vote. Send in your absentee ballot if you've requested one. Be very careful. A lot of shenanigans going on. You see what's happening every day. You're reading it. In-person early voting begins next week. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, and get out and vote. You have no choice. You have to do it. True, you got to do it. We're going to win Florida big. We're going to win a lot of states big. We're leading in Arizona. We're leading in Nevada. We think we're leading in Pennsylvania. We're leading in North Carolina. We're leading all over the place. We got to have this be a big win. From Tampa to Tallahassee, from Pensacola to Miami, and from Jacksonville to right here in Sanford. We stand on the shoulders of Florida patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and from here, in this beautiful state, landed our brave American astronauts on the face of the moon. We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We're returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. And when Ron DeSantis comes to my office in Washington, the magnificent Oval Office, and he says to me, sir, the people of Florida, they've won too much. They're getting tired of winning. I'm going to look at him, I'm going to say, Mr. Governor, go back and tell him, don't worry about it. You're going to keep on winning. That's what they want to do. We're going to keep on winning. Because we're one movement. One people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Florida, we have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. And we will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Donald J. Trump wrapping up his remarks, his first rally since being diagnosed with the COVID-19 and promptly beating it. He will now travel to the great state of Pennsylvania tomorrow. We have a rally tomorrow in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. We are headed then to Des Moines, Iowa, and then to Greensboro, North Carolina. It's going to be busy, but we expected it, and we are prepared. As you can see tonight, we have 2 cameras up. That's what we're going to try to do for as many of these as we possibly can. It's very expensive, but we just want to thank all of you tonight. We set a new record tonight on YouTube. We had over 130,000 of you watching at one time. That is a new record for us, and we once again beat all of the major networks on YouTube. We beat everybody on YouTube, actually. So thank you so much, and congratulations. This is your network. So we just could not do it without you. We appreciate you all so much. We are going to be at every single one that we possibly can. And we hope that that's all of them. He will start doing multiple rallies in a day starting next week, probably. He is not going to leave anything on the table. The president is energized. He's feeling better than ever, and the enthusiasm is unreal. Get out and vote. Do whatever you can do to help your country. Right now is a crucial time in American history. We have to rise up, and we have to do everything we can to come to the aid of our country, because in just 3 short weeks, this is so historic, and I don't know what to say except for get out, vote, and do something. It's so important. We ask that you support us. If you're interested in supporting us and helping us to get to the next event, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every single cent goes to our travel fund to help our crews and reporters to get to the next event. We have upgraded our equipment. We are doing the best we can to stay on par with the rest of the media, and I think tonight proved that we can do that, thanks to you. So rsbnetwork.com/donate. We're going to be so busy. I told the crew, which you'll hear from in a minute, we've got 3 crews now that are going to be crisscrossing the country, and you'll hear from them in just a second. But I told them to pack and prepare like you won't be home until Election Day. That's how busy I anticipate us being. So they're going to be out on the road for about 3 weeks. We're going to send it back to Mike and to Grace here in just a second, and Father Frank Pavone. Appreciate it. I also want to say that tomorrow night in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, my old neck of the woods, Scott Pressler. Many of you guys know Scott. He does an amazing job with getting out and teaching voters how to register. I've been registering lots of voters for President Trump. He travels and cleans up trash and things in a lot of these big liberal cities. He's going to join us tomorrow in Johnstown, so please don't miss that. It's going to be fun. I'm going to send it back to Mike and the rest now. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow night from Johnstown.
First Make America Great Again rally in Sanford, Florida. The crowd was roaring. They were fired up. I want to thank every last one of you for tuning in to Right Side Broadcasting. But before you go, I want to tell you one more time about our partner for the day, iTarget. Innocent people are falling victims of crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train. Plus, ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with an actual firearm. iTarget comes in all major calibers, including .223 and .556. You can stay sharp in almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter iTargetPro.com. iTargetPro.com. Again, iTargetPro.com. Offer code SAVE10. I want to thank every last one of you for tuning in and supporting Right Side Broadcasting. Remember, we're almost entirely viewer funded. Tomorrow, President Trump will be delivering remarks in North Carolina, and then he will be in Des Moines, Iowa the next day, and there will be several other rallies announced after that. Your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. I want to really quickly read the super chats that have come in. Sue Jones said our president is the best ever. Thank you, Susan Jones. Brian Ragland said Ragland's Diagnostic and Repair LLC for Trump and RSBN. You guys are the best. Thanks for all your hard work and support. We've also got super chat from Derek Smith said, be kind, be great, love your family, work hard, dream big, and for the love of God and our great nation, vote for our great President Trump. Dave the Great, thank you for your super chat. We got Jay Cinema something. Thank you, RSBN crew, for all of your hard work and bringing us such excellent content. MAGA Trump 2020, Trump is my president, God bless America. Seeing this is fake news. Yes, they are, very fake news. Also, we've got Melissa. Thank you for your super chat, Melissa. We've got new members by the name of Matthew. We've got another new member by the name of James. Thank you, James. Robert Gibson for your super chat. Another member, Gigi. Thank you. Brady or Brandy? Sorry, I think it was Braid. Lawrence is a new member. We got Lisa with a super chat. God bless you, Lisa. We got Gerard as a new member. We got Fishtail with a super chat. Another new member, Kim. Thank you, Kim. And DPS something. Thank you for becoming a new member. God bless you. Now I'm going to hand it over to Father Frank so he can close it out. He's going to give you a few words.
Hey, Mike, thank you very much. Such a great joy to be with you tonight and with Grace and with our whole RSBN audience. Thank you, Joe Seals, and thanks from all of us at Preach for Life. To all of you who have been watching this rally, we just attended a President Trump rally, but now it's time for us to rally every day. I'd love to hear, brothers and sisters, in the comments, what your favorite parts of this rally were. I've watched each and every rally speech that President Trump has given, and I never cease to be inspired and amazed by the things he says, the amazing accomplishments he has made for this country and for us, for our church, for pro-life, for our economy, and for the future. But here's the thing, we have to spread these rallies to those who did not watch tonight. Now remember, Right Side Broadcasting has all of these recorded rallies on their YouTube and other channels. We need your friends to go back. Go look at the older ones. Spread them to others. Learn what the president is saying, and then connect with the president's campaign. We need your help in these next 21 days. Go to armyfortrump.com and volunteer to make calls and knock on doors. Go to Team Trump on Instagram and Twitter. Team Trump, and also Trump War Room. Trump War Room. Spread every single day all the things that the campaign is saying to counteract the Democrats. You can connect with me too at FR Frank Pavone on Twitter and on Instagram, and you can connect with our organization at prolifevote.com. Friends, we are going to win this election. You heard the president say we are winning. It's going to be thanks to the work you do every day. Thank you. This is Father Frank Pavone, and I'm going to give it now, I think, to Grace.
Okay. Hey guys, I think we might be coming on camera now, and I just want to talk about our partner, iTarget, just one more time. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced defense for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter itargetpro.com, itargetpro.com. Offer code SAVE10. So thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. I'm so happy to join you guys for my 4th rally. This is Grace Saldana, and I'm here with Father Frank, and I think this may have been the most energetic rally we have seen it in a long time. It was just off the chains, you guys. It was on time, but it was off the chains. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Our next rally will be Tuesday in Pennsylvania, so we will see you guys then. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Father Frank Pavone of Priests for Life. I want to thank Right Side Broadcasting for the great job they do in bringing us all these rallies. And I want to offer you this t-shirt, Pray for President Trump. You can get it at prolifevote.com. Scripture quote on the back and that same website, where you can also find all kinds of election-related materials. Let's continue on in prayer and action for victory.
Hey y'all, we're Diamond and Silk. Listen, our book dropped already, and we want you to get a copy of it.
That's right.
Uprising, who the hell said you can't ditch and switch? The Awakening of Diamond and Silk.
That's right.
Now you can get the book at diamondandsilkbook.com or anywhere that books are sold. And I want you to continue to support RSBN.
That's right.
Why? Because they've been here since the beginning. And they will be here to the very end.
That's right.
And guess what, y'all?
What?
We gonna win.
That's right.
You all get out and vote. Vote red, R-E-D, remove every Democrat. And make sure you vote for Donald J. Trump. We love y'all.
Bye-bye.
All right, back here to wrap it up really quick. I forgot a few things earlier, thanks to the moderators. Our crew is now signed off. You probably saw our cameraman Gage with the Auburn hat on, and Father Frank Pavone and Grace and Mike did a fantastic job tonight. Thank you all so much for supporting us, tuning in. We have a lot of work to do, but we're going to do it, and we're going to do it big. And we are going to head to tonight. Actually, Liz Willis and Scott Pressler are already in, and also Alex Caldwell will be live tomorrow in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Start time on that is 3 p.m. tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, sorry, and 7 p.m. the President Speaks. Don't miss it. It's going to be fun. From Auburn, good night. God bless. See you tomorrow.